Okay, I was gonna wait until the song's over, but I think I'll just start now because this is gonna take a while. So let's just get started. Let's just get started. Hey everybody, it's Shino the Penguin back at it again. I know it's been a little bit actually, honestly. I have not streamed this weekend, which I kind of realized yesterday or today more like. I was like, man, I think Friday. I said I wasn't gonna be able to do anything on Friday because I had stuff to do, and then Saturday I kind of forgot the Brewers were playing yesterday, so that was kind of a miss on my part. So I was figured, well, you know what? I might as well do something. And this is an idea I've had for a little bit. And so this is going to be the ultra special, everybody's favorite Uma comparison. The sequel to the Uma tier list stream that, let me check to see if I'm speaking. Okay, good, I'm audible. God, that still haunts me. The fact that I was muted for the first 45 minutes of that, not fun. not great. Luckily, it was mostly salvaged, and by that I mean it really wasn't. So luckily, I'm much better at streaming, I hope, than back then. So now I should be able to know that, hey, I'm working, and it is working. So yeah, let's just get started. Enough about all that. Enough about those shenanigans. Let's just get into it. We have a lot of comparisons to do. This is a... No, I don't want to do... Why does that happen? Why do you do that? Oh... Hippity hoppity. Hold on 1 second. There we go. Okay. And then... That should work. So, good ol' Uma sorter. Everybody's favorite Umamusume character sorter. I'm doing all the characters in the Japanese game. So if you're coming in over from global, there's a lot of characters here that you're probably gonna be like, who the frick are you? But coming from somebody who plays the Japanese version, somebody who's played the Japanese version since the first day, I feel like this is gonna be a little bit better. Granted, there are options here, right? Of characters that are only in the English version, which does kind of really limit it down. But I'm gonna, yeah, so you can see, I don't know, that might be a little small for y'all, but we got 837 comparisons here. We do it in the English version, that's just trainable. Horse Girls in EN game becomes 393. But we're gonna do we're gonna do all set NPCs, which means, yeah, we're gonna only do the characters that are actually real-life horse girls. So none of these, none of these shenanigans, none of these girls. As much as I do like some of them, like heck, don't get me wrong, Speed Symboli, chef's kiss, beautiful, love her. It's a shame that we don't get to see her ever again because that scenario's gone. But, and also Venus Park. Oh man, Venus Park, also one of my favorites. But we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna, because the majority of them I honestly just think are pretty whatever. And I would rather compare actual characters, actual horses that exist in real life, which is still, I always thought it, for some reason in my mind, I was like, oh, 140. That count is wrong. It actually ended up, it's actually only 130, it's 132, which, wait, what? No to that. Okay. Also, I was trying to find a good song that would loop for this, because obviously I'm not going to be playing games, so I kind of need background music. But I figured just having the same song over and over and over again for what's probably going to end up being like a 3-4 hour stream, maybe even 5 hours, not a great idea. So we're just going to go with the trusty old NCS playlist. I mean, there's still some pretty good bangers in here. I started off with one of my favorite songs. So I think that'll work for now. I also have it pretty low. I hope it's pretty low volume. I hope it's not too loud. But then again, I'm used to doing this in the truck sim videos anyway, so it's just like really kind of the same thing there. You know, now that I think about it, before we even get into the character sorter, there is one interesting little game that I do like to do, which is this one over here. Try to name every horse girl in the franchise. Do we want to do... We could do hardcore. Hardcore shouldn't be too bad. I think this will be a good warm-up. We're going to be comparing all these characters anyway. Let's see how many I can remember. I feel like there's going to be a few that I just completely forget about, and I'm just going to be like, fuck, how did I forget about them? But we're going to do this. We'll do this. This is only going to be 13 minutes, so it's going to be a nice little warm-up. I'm going to be really... Actually, do I want to do hardcore? Or do I want to do standard? We'll do standard just because I'm not playing it by myself. And so I'm going to probably waste a lot of time just talking through my thought process and shit, so we'll do standard. I kind of got spoiled by the fact that they literally just listed one of the characters here, but that's okay. So without further ado, we'll start with this. We'll start with this as a nice little warm-up. Let me zoom in a little bit so y'all can see that a little bit better. There we go, 300%, love that for us. Okay, and we're going to start. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Okay, ready, set, go. Oh, shoot, we're starting. Okay, well, special week, obviously, first one. Silence, Suzuka, Tokai, Teo. I'm just gonna try and get as close as I can to the order. Okay, never mind. I was gonna be like, I'm gonna try and get as close as the order to which they appear in the characters. But but obviously that's gonna go downhill super quick, so I'm not even gonna try that. I think my strategy for this is I'm gonna try and I'm gonna try and renumber characters and then try to remember some of their gen mates, some of the characters they're related to. That's going to be a little bit harder with some characters that barely appear in the game and or barely have any kind of relationships with each other. But I think that should be a good start. So right now I'm just kind of listing all the characters that I remember from the English version. And I'm already kind of like, okay, I don't want to miss anybody obvious. Okay, so special week, obviously, you know, Sansuka Tokateo. Am I missing anything for anybody from Speak? Daiwa Scarlet, that's what I'm missing. Is there anybody else I'm missing? The Queen, Mejiro. Okay, so let's just, while I'm at it, let me just list all the Mejiro. So Mejiro King, Mejiro Ryan, Mejiro Dober, Mejiro Ardon, which reminds me I do need to watch Cinderella Grey. I haven't actually been keeping up with that. I know it just released a new episode today. Mejiro Bright, Mejiro Ramonu. I think that's it for the Mejiros. Okay, let's see who else. While we have Daiwa Scarlet and Vodka, Aston Machan. Who is between Marusensky and Fujikiseki? Fujikiseki, and then her Hishi Amazon, who is the equivalent Storm Leader. Let's get all the other Hishis in here. So Hishi Miracle, Hishi Akebono, Hishi... Is there another one? I feel like there should be another one. I don't know. Air Groove, Air Shakur, Air Messiah, Air... There's another... Is there another Air? I don't think so. I'm probably thinking like Admire Groove, and then Admire Vega. And then that generation has TM Opera O, Narita Top Road, Meisho Doto. Who's between Daiwa Scarlet and Grass Wonder? I don't know. Let's see. Shoot. Okay, I can't forget my favorite character, Ryan Fujin. And that has Major Ryan. Who other? Okay. Let's go. Teo had McQueen. Okay, season 2 characters. Obviously, Nice Nature. All of Team Canopus. So Nice Nature, Wind Turbo, Machi Kane Tannhäuser, who is not Mambo. If any of you call her Mambo, I'm gonna ban you on the spot. I fucking hate that meme. Okay, what else? The Glasses Girl. What's her name? Equinodictus. Equinodictus. Royce and Royce. There was the other one too. Oh, Sounds of Ass. I feel like I'm missing one. I said Nice Nature, Equinodictus, Tannhäuser. I think that's it for the 4, and then the initial, and then they added more later. Okay, so that's Team Canopus. Daitaku Helios. Oh, I forgot a Mejiro. Wow, that's just like the Mejiro family forgot about her. Forgot about Palmer. Okay. Oh, and then that brings up the Gyaru, so Gold City, who I actually did pull pretty recently in the English version. I've been trying to train her for the CN. That's Daito Helios, Gold City, Tosen Jordan. Aishin Flash is not one of them, but that just comes up as kind of same gen as Tosen Jordan and Gold Ship. Not same gen, but same kind of competitor. Who's the last Gyaru who I'm forgetting? I did Palmer, I did City, Helios, Jordan, and then I guess there's the 5th secret Gyaru. What's her name? Espar City. Then her generation, so Furioso. She's in the trio of Furioso and Transcend. I spelled Transcend wrong. Why can't I type that word? Okay, and then the other dirt trio is Kopano Riki, Hoko Tarumae, the Grandma Wander Cute, and then speaking of dirt characters, Taiki Shuttle. I think that's what I forgot. There we go. That's who I was forgetting there. Taiki Shuttle. Who other dirt characters? There's not that many. I can name them. Smart Falcon. Smart Falcon, obviously. Is there any other dirt character? I mean, Shinko Windy. I don't know why that name came up so quickly. Dirt characters, dirt characters, dirt characters. Oh, I feel like I'm forgetting a lot. Okay, let's go back. While I was thinking about Gold Ship, she also has other characters that relate to her, such as some of her competitors, like Gentle Donna and Orfevre. And then speaking of that, Stay Gold Clan, which includes Nakayama Festa, Dream Journey, Meno. Okay. Let's see. Meno reminds me of Bamboo Memory because they're disciplinary committee members. Sakura Bakshino, how could I forget about her? Oh, wow, I accepted that. Okay, does it accept nicknames? Chiono O. I already might type Sakura Chiono O. No, I didn't. Okay, that's what I was thinking. The next thing I was thinking was, oh good, you can see my mind's going to a million miles per hour. Okuri Cap, characters from Cinderella Grey. So Sakura Chiono O, Metro Ardon, Super Creek, obviously Tamamo Cross. I was about to put Tamamo Creek, that's not right. Tamamo Cross, Seiyun Sky, Yae no Muteki. I feel like I'm forgetting a few. I mean, I already put Bamboo Memory. Oh, okay. While I'm at the topic of Sakura Bakshino, Sakura Chiono, Sakura Loro, Sakura Chitose-o, who recently got a support card in Japan, in the Japanese game. That's the Victory Club. Haru Urarai I already put. Samson Big, don't ask me why I remember that one. Let's see, man, we have still so many left. Okay. Let's see. Let me try and see some characters. Okay, Ines Fujin, I already put, right? Yeah, obviously. Nice Nature, Machikana Time. Let me try to remember just my favorite characters, and then that might help me. Machikana Tannhäuser, Nice Nature, Nishino Flower. Not my favorite character, but for some reason that reminds me, because I saw Saiyan Sky's name. And then, yeah, Agnes, Tachyon, Agnes, Digital... who else? Oh, okay. While we're on the topic of Tachyon, that's characters in the movie, in that generation. So that's Agnes Tachyon, Manhattan Cafe, Dansu Flame, Jungle Pockets. I already put Fuji Kiseki, and I think that should be good for those characters. Okay. Who's between Opera O and Symbol Lee Rudolph? Who am I forgetting? Okay, Symbol Lee's though. Let me put that before I forget. Symbol Lee, Chris S. Sirius Symbol Lee. I feel like I'm forgetting a Sirius. Well, Surumaru Tsuyoshi, the secret other member of the Golden Generation. Man, I feel like I'm missing a lot of characters here. Nation Flash, Smart Falcon, Pico Pegasus, who else is it? Shishi. I already put Hishiaki Bono. What am I doing? Other sprinters. They did that drama with Helios and her crew, so that's Daichi Ruby, KS Miracle, Yamanin Zephyr. Let's sing along with this song. Okay, let's see. I'm missing a lot of the newer characters. I can already... Okay, I can try and go new characters. Okay, newer characters. That includes... Oh, Karen... I was just thinking like Karen, Boo, Ket, Door. Oh, you're really not gonna accept that. Okay. There we go. I needed the dash. The dash was very, very important. Loves Only You. Still in love. Oh, frick. Chronogenesis. Chronogenesis loves only you. Oh, Mile Girl. Mile Girl. Oh god. Gran Allegria. Who I thought it was Gran Algeria at first, but that's not the correct one. Who else is new? Okay. You know, already off the top of my head, okay. I guess season 3 characters. Cheval Grand, so the V sisters, Vivlos, Virginia, Satono, so Satono Crown, Satono Diamond, Kita-san, which was also, I guess, a character in season 2 that I kind of forgot about. NT. I was about to say NTR. BNW. That's completely not what that was. Hide. Oh, there she is. Okay, winning ticket. Narita Taishin. Which reminds me, I don't think I put Narita. I don't think I put the other Narita. Narita Brian. That's who it was. Okay. I guess I should probably just try to think of right now initial characters. What other initial 1-stars and 2-stars could I remember? I didn't put Fukukitaru. Machikane Fukukitaru. Okay, good. I already put Urara. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Oh, no, I already put Karen Bukidor. Okay, trying to look through these names, see if there's anybody obvious that I'm missing. Okay, Chris S. Whenever I think of Chris S, I also am reminded of the generation that she races in, with characters such as Vodka's father, Amino Gimlet, No Reason. I already put Hishi Miracle, Neo Universe. Who else? Oh, Zeno Rob Roy. And then for Zeno Rob Roy, Rice Shower. Wow, okay. That was somebody who I should probably remembered. Hey Gore, what's up? Good seeing you. Thanks for the lurk as always. Just trying to name every horse girl in the Umamusume franchise before I do the rankings and all that stuff here. But I am just trying to do all this first, just as a nice little appetizer, I guess. Okay, let's see. There's a lot of characters in here that I'm still not remembering. Oh god, these are gonna be characters who either have not gotten implemented in the game, or they did and I just completely forgot about it. There's other trios, I believe. Yeah, the Sprinter trio. So Believe, Hellstone, Light O, Durandal. Any other trios that I should remember? Or any other like groupings of characters? I guess I can kind of continue to look through these and just... Bourbon, Mihona Bourbon. I just saw Rice Shower and I was like, oh yeah, duh, Mihona Bourbon. Let's see, Mihona Bourbon. Let me try to think, who came out recently? Hishi Akebono. I'm thinking the Japanese side of things. Hishi Akebono and, Marvelous Sunday. Marvelous Sunday. Oh, and that's Mayano Top Gun, who's usually with her a lot. Top Gun. Maya's usually with, that doesn't help me because that's the same generation as like Narita Brian, Sakura Laurel. There's other people in that generation. I'm trying to think of Star Blossom, but they haven't really translated that manga that much, so I don't really remember any characters from that. Okay, who's between Tama and Hayahide? It's gotta be somebody who's in the game already, in the English game. Kawakami Princess, I don't think that's it, but Kawakami Princess was one I remembered. And then in addition to that, what's her name? The Seeking the Pearl. Seeking the Pearl. Okay, mares. Trying to think of some mares. So like the female horses. I mean, I know most of it. They're all female, I know, but like IRL female horses. I already had Gentle Donna. Already had Believe. Okay, this isn't helping. I'm just gonna look at some names. Yeah, there's a big gap here. Oh, I did Air Messiah. Oh shoot, there's a whole bunch of that grouping from the main story. So like Minecraft, Cesario, and then Buena Vista. That's not part of it, but they're kind of related because Special Week is their father, I think. Is Buena Vista Special Week's son or grandson? I don't remember. One of those two. What else? Daring Heart. Daring Tact. That should help. That should have filled up a little. Okay, yeah, that filled up this space. Ishi Miracle. Okay. Voice and voice. Sounds of Earth. Samson Big. Wonder Acute. Okay. What is the space between here? S-Bar City and Simply Chris S. Is that another dirt racer? See, the order of this isn't really makes sense. Doesn't have a logical reasoning to it. But it is kind of helpful because I remember that the earlier characters here are going to be the ones that have appeared in the series longer. Generally speaking, that's not usually the case. Sometimes they just insert characters just like kind of randomly in here. Almond Eye. How could we forget the Almond Eye? Okay. Where did she go in there? Almond Eye's right there. Okay, so somebody's between Almond Eye, Gray, and Allegria. So there's somebody between there that I'm forgetting. Okay. How many minutes do I have left? Oh my god, I only have 10 minutes. I mean, that's still a lot of time, but if you really think about it, not really. Shit. Okay, let me think. I feel like I'm missing somebody very obvious. I mean, I probably am missing a lot of individuals that are very obvious. Okay, Brain Blast time. What characters have come out recently? What characters in the English version have support cards? Gordon I already came up with. City, McQueen. Let me just read through each of these names and try to see if I can come up with a connection with some of these. Digital. I already put Shakur, Fine Motion. There it is. Okay, that's who that was. Perfect. Okay. I should have remembered because her story kind of got retconned in the Japanese version a little bit. So that was kind of news. Okay. Hishi Akebono. I put Nishino Flower, right? Because I'm just remembering like sprinters, the tallest and the shortest. Any other notably short characters that I should be remembering? No? I don't think so. Oh! I almost choked on myself. E91. There we go. I forgot another member of the Oguri crew. Did I put Gold City? I think I did, right? I did, okay. Remembering because that was also a member. Is there anybody else in that crew that I might be forgetting? One. Richiono. Soccer Boy, but I mean that's not really a character. I mean Soccer Boy or Dick. I'm sorry, Dick Destructor or whatever. Real name Soccer Boy, who is not a Uma. But they just kind of made a placeholder, like a lot of the characters in that show, series, manga. Bourbon. Mihono Bourbon. Meiji Ryan, and I already put McQueen. Nobody else that I really think of. Rice Shower, Admire Vega, Akion, Miss Fujin, E91, Winning Ticket, Air Shakur, Aishin Flash. I already put Smart Falcon, Karin-chan. Karin-chan have anybody else that's obvious? I know she has a whole bunch of rivals in her scenario, but I think I've already put them all. Yeah, I already put Nishino Flower and Hishiaki Bono and Biko Pegasus. Did I put Biko Pegasus? I did, yeah, okay. Oh my god, who's between Shinko Windy? Okay, Windy's the biting one. Oh, Tosho Sweep. Or Sweep Tosho. Okay, there we go. Was that the one, right? It was, yes, okay. I was just remembering the Yada and the mischievous, so that kind of goes well together. Okay, who's between Fukukitaru and Doto? Oh, you know what? This isn't related at all, but Wind Variation. The only reason why I remember Wind Variation was because the newest song that came out is like the cheerleader song or whatever. Okay, hold on. Wind Variation, Shion. But she's in the same generation as like Orphe and Gentle Donna, so that doesn't help me too much. Is there anybody else from there that I'm forgetting? I don't think so. Is there anybody else from that music video that I'm forgetting? I mean, it was what? Lighto Durandal, Bakshino. I mean, Nice Nature, Machikana Tannhäuser, they were the main characters from that event. Fuku Kitaro I already put, Wind Variation Shion I already put. Oh my god, what? And then it was Minecraft, Cesario, and King Halo. Did I put King Halo? Did I forget King Halo? I think I already put King Halo. I did, okay. And then I put, yeah, Kawakami Princess related to her. Is there anybody else King Halo that I might be forgetting? No, okay. I feel like this is somebody I should know. This between Akebono and Rice. I already have Rice's roommates. Roommates might actually help. Well, Fuku Kitaro's roommate is Tannhäuser, so that doesn't help me at all. Doto's is Air Shakur. Dobear's is Taiki Shuttle. Nice Nature's roommate is Marvelous Sunday. King Halo's roommate is Urara. Ikuno Dictus' roommate is McQueen. Palmer's roommate is Katsuragi Ace. See, I told you, this shit is helpful. There we go, okay. Where did that go? Where did she go? Okay, right there. Ah, she's the one right here. Perfect. Okay. Light O's roommate, I don't freaking remember. Sirius Symboli's roommate is Nakayama Festa. Gentle Donna's roommate, I don't remember. Oh, Buena Vista. Oh, that's not me. Shizaria's roommate, I think was Minecraft. I don't think so. Daring Heart's roommate, I freaking don't remember. Almond Eye's roommate, Blast One Piece. See, you know what? This I would have never remembered that otherwise. Blast One Piece. There we go. Okay, and that's one of the ones. Perfect. Okay. Grand Allegria's roommates, I don't freaking remember. Love's Only You's roommates, I don't remember. Chronogenesis' roommate, they might have been roommates. I don't know. Bukidor's roommates, I don't freaking remember. Stay Gold, I don't think she had a roommate technically. I'm just kind of going through these really quick to see if I remember. Neo Universe was still in love, so that's not helpful. James, I don't think they've ever put anything for that. Wonder Acute's roommate is Transcend. Believe's roommate, I think, is Lucky Lilac. Aha, that's another one I forgot. Lucky Lilac, Lala, and that's probably over here. Okay, perfect. No Reason's roommates, I don't remember. And now I'm remembering the Uma Yuru Pretty Gray short where she's in that. But I think because that's BMW, Tanya no Gimlet, No Reason, Hishi Miracle, so that's not helpful at all. How much time do we have left? We have 3 minutes. Oh my god, we only have like 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wow, yeah, 7 more left to go. I mean, this is pretty good, but like I'm gonna hit myself so much by not remembering some of these because I feel like these are gonna be very obvious ones. I'm like, oh my god, how did I forget about you? Let's try and get through this real quick. Okay, Kopano Ricky's roommate. Who is Ricky's roommate? I don't remember. Harumai's room. That might be somebody, one of these characters. Harumai's roommate. I don't remember. Wonder Acute. I already said. Still in Love. I already said. Jungle Pocket's roommate. Who is Pocket's roommate? It's. I think it is a character I've already guessed though. Dansu Flame's character is Hishi Miracle. Case Miracle is Daichi Ruby. Daitaku Helios is Tap Dance City. Tap Dance City. Ooh, is there any other cities? As far as city, Gold City. I think that's it for the cities. Okay, that's another one. Is there a pattern of characters that I just completely forgot about? Okay, yeah, Helios' roommate I think was Tap Dance City. Twin Turbo's roommate. Remember. Diamond, Satono Diamond's roommate. Okay, that doesn't help me. Shiono, don't remember. Tsuyoshi's roommate was Metro Bright. Again, that doesn't help me. Daring Tax roommate, I don't remember. Sakura Laurel. His roommates with Saiyan Sky. Top Road. Oh, Top Road's roommates with somebody I think I haven't guessed yet, because I think... Oh, that's gonna kill me. I don't remember. Yeah, whatever. Zephyr, I don't remember. Furioso, Who Lives Alone. Since I reset Espar City, I don't remember. Okay, well, we only have 1 minute. I'm gonna quickly brain blast myself. I'm so glad, by the way, I'm glad I didn't do hardcore, because that would have absolutely been the worst idea. But we have 6 characters left that I'm just not remembering for whatever reason. Yeah, not gonna lie, fam. Nothing's coming to me. I've exhausted all ideas at this point. Now, this character I feel like should be one that you all probably know if you're in Global, so maybe this is one that you're screaming at your monitors, your screens right now, being like, it's this one, why don't you remember this one? I'm trying to remember, y'all. Send me your energy. 26 seconds while I try to remember this character. This one in particular, I feel like is probably going to be one that's already in the game. Who's between Akihon and Raisho? Yeah, I got nothing. Okay, well, we got 5 seconds. Let's see who it is. I'm gonna kick myself really hard. It's probably gonna be somebody really obvious. It was Yukino Bijin. Oh my god, how did I forget about her? I even mentioned, like, I've been doing a lot of Gold City runs recently in the English version, and so I should have remembered Yukino Bijin. That's an obvious pairing. Oh, that's okay. I feel really bad about that. That one's wow. Okay, who else did I miss? Mr. CB. I thought I got all the. I was that in the back of my mind. I was like, yeah, okay, Triple Crown. Make sure you have all the Triple Crown winners. Wow, that's actually yikes. Forgot about Mr. CB. I should have remembered. I should have done the Boshi characters because she's in Boshi's with all the other characters wearing hats. Man, there's so many ways I could have remembered her. That's yikes. Okay, who else? Northlight. Okay, that one I don't feel as bad about because Northlight is kind of. I mean, she has been implemented, but like she's kind of doesn't really have that many. I mean, I guess. She's a sprinter, she has a few relationships with a few characters, but she's kind of forgettable, so that one I'm not really feeling too bad about. Northlight's fine, who else? Bro, I was like, man, I have all the Season 3 characters. No, you forgot freaking Duramente, you fucking idiot. Oh my god, that's actually, that's embarrassing. I forgot about Duramente. Okay, Fusaichi Pandora. That one's a little. Because here's the thing, she came out relatively recently in the Japanese version, but like she doesn't really. I mean, I guess she's kind of has connections to like Minecraft, Almond Eye. So maybe that one I kind of don't feel as bad about, but that one, yeah. Bubblegum Fellow. Okay, that one I don't feel bad about because she's kind of forgettable. Who is she? Who is she connected to? Okay, see, that's the thing. I don't even remember. So, like, that one I don't feel bad about. Okay. You know what? Overall, though, the fact that I got 126 out of 132, that's pretty damn good. Like, but, man, there's like, these two in particular I really should have gotten. The rest of them, or Duramente too, but these 3 I don't feel bad about not getting because... Yeah, there's not really that many connections for some of them. But then again, it's like Samson Big. I'm surprised I remembered her because she really doesn't have any like connections. I guess like the connections to like Narita Bryan and like Sakura Laurel and that generation maybe. But oof. All right. Well, that was a nice little warm up. Get the mind running. Now that we got that going, let's get into the sorter here. This is probably going to take a really, really long time. I'm going to try and do my best to be like snap decisions, but like it's going to be really tricky at some points, at many points, I think, from what I remember from when I did this a while back. It gets pretty hard, if you know what I mean. But what if I use the experimental sorting? What does that mean? I don't know. But all right. So basically how this works, if y'all don't know what this is about, is we have... Okay, let me go back. We have all 132 characters here that I just went through, some of them which I forgot about. Sorry, Yukino, where are you? Sorry, Yukino. But basically what we're going to do here is we're going to compare each of these characters one by one. This is a nice way for kind of getting an overall like ranking. It's not just a tier list where it's like, oh, this character's in the same tier as this character. It's like you're being asked to compare like this versus this, which one do you like better? And then from that it does a lot of those 1v1 matchups to then pull out a list from like 1 to 132 of like, oh yeah, here you go, here's your favorite characters, and then yeah, just kind of preference sort of thing. So with that being said, I have the Umamusume wiki in case, you know, I want to explain characters, or in case I forget characters, or in case I want to kind of run through characters again, because I feel like I'm gonna have to do that at some point. But for now, I think these early comparisons should hypothetically be pretty quick. So we'll do them. We'll just try and get through this quick. Nakayama Festa versus Cesario. Twin Turbo versus Lucky Lilac. Lucky Lilac is kind of is still a newer character, so I don't really have too much of an opinion on her. Turbo, on the other hand, I kind of like her, but like she also is kind of a gremlin. She's very gremlin coded. She's like the dumb gremlin of the group. What is Lucky Lilac? I know her nickname is Lala, which I actually don't really like that much, so that kind of counts against her. I know the only thing I remember about her is that she is a Kansai girl, and it only comes out in certain situations. Where the hell? Oh, it's in alphabetical order. I was like, where the hell is she? Lucky Lilac. There she is. Yeah, she's notable for her Kansai dialect. Blah blah blah. Oh yeah, and she's the daughter of Orfevre, which is kind of interesting. But I mean, other than that, Oh, and she's also Belief's. I already said that she's Belief's roommate. And the only reason why I remember her is because I've been doing a lot of runs with Believe in the Japanese version. How am I already stumped here? This is not a good sign. Because on the one hand, like, it's like character I don't really have an opinion of versus character I'm like honestly pretty iffy on. I'll go Twin Turbo, I guess. Okay, Sakura Bakshino versus Marzensky. Oh no. How am I already being stumped on these? This is only comparison number 3 of like 800. Okay. Bakshino. On the one hand, I do like Bakshino, like her one-track mind of Bakshin. On the other hand, it can get kind of grating. Wow, that was weird words. It's kind of a little bit annoying at times. So she's not necessarily my favorite character, but she is kind of her whole personality. I mean, it is just Bakshin, so class representative. So take that for what you will. And then Marzensky is kind of the grandma of the group. Not the literal grandma. There is actually a literal grandma character, but she is the one who's like, oh, like look at me, I'm trying to be all hip, use all the hip language that the young people use. It's like that meme of is it Buscemi or whoever is just like holding the skateboard. It's like, how do you do, fellow kids? Exactly like that. I'll go Bakshin here. Okay, Fuku Kitaru versus Wing. Oh, that's the easy one. Fuku-chan senpai. Serious Symbol versus Biwa Hayahide. I don't really like either of these characters, to be completely honest. Symbol has kind of been coming, has been kind of, I guess, what's the word? Been memed as sort of like like the mommy character is like mommy, which she really isn't. But I guess people see her appearance and her general attitude and is like, oh, mommy. Meanwhile, we have Hayahide over here. Data and numbers. I'll go Hayahide. Oh, this one's easy. Nice Nature. Nice Nature is one of my top 3 favorite characters. See, comparisons like that, it's gonna be like easy. Fenomano versus Metro Bright. I like Bright. Ardon versus Mutek Yai no Muteki. Honestly, Yai no Muteki. Fine Motion versus Taiki Shuttle. Ooh, okay. Taiki Shuttle is the happy-go-lucky American. Fine Motion is the royalty, not Irish, not Ireland. They renegated that part of her story. The hails from Ireland, but is not Irish royalty. She just happens to be royalty, who also happens to be from Ireland. Which one of these do I pick? And also, she likes ramen. This was honestly a little bit tougher than I thought it'd be. I'm like, Okay, fine motion. Chrono Genesis versus Daiichi Ruby Chrono Genesis. Smart Falcon Down to Flame. Ines Fuji is my favorite character. Come on, that's easy. Wind Variation, Bubblegum Belt. Wind Variation. Katsuragi Ace versus Voice and Voice. Okay, Voice and Voice is kind of an interesting character. I don't really get what her personality is supposed to be, because if you look in the wiki, or if you look at her character description or her like kind of introduction, basically it's like her whole thing is like she's trying to be like smart Umamusume, excels at working independently. She diligently studies how to appeal to fans in addition to her racing. In front of fans, she acts hardworking, but that's not that character show for others. Truly a demon of self-production. Like, that doesn't tell me anything. Like, I don't... And based on her very limited... I mean, the anime, she barely has any speaking lines, so it's kind of hard to say from her personality there. And then in the game, in her limited kind of appearances, because she still hasn't been implemented in the Japanese game, for what it's worth. I think they're probably waiting for... like a half anniversary or an anniversary, similar to kind of the other Canopus members, where they're probably just going to release her as a 2-star character. But I don't know. I don't really get her personality. I never really did. I'll probably just go Ace here. Vinecraft versus Samson Big. Oh, these are actually pretty similar characters. Samson Big is kind of like Haru Urara. Is kind of just like the turf version of Urara. You can kind of tell based on her general character design, and she's very much like that. And then Minecraft is kind of the stereotypical anime protagonist vibes. I don't know. The thing is, Samson Big has not even appeared. I don't think she's even appeared in the game yet as a support or like in any sort of role. Her first appearance, I think, was in the Star Blossom manga, so she has not even appeared in the game in any capacity. I think she's the only character who has not even appeared in any capacity, whether that be like support card or like kind of cameo or whatever. She hasn't even showed up there. Does she even have a voice actor? I don't actually know. I think she does. I think they released that. Well, actually, I don't know. Hold on. Samson Big, do you have a voice actor? Yeah, she does. Okay. I'm gonna go Samson Big here. I mean, if she's Haru Urara light, like don't get me wrong, I love Urara, so like we'll go for her. Even the light version's good. Okay, Ryan versus Simboli Rudolph. Oof. Okay, Musclehead versus serious student council president who also happens to love puns. Also Ines' friend / roommate for what it's worth. For Ryan. I'm not gonna lie, doing Metro Ryan's scenario or like her whole thing when doing some runs with her, it did endear me to her a little bit. Because before I was all just like, oh, she's just the muscle head, you know, blah blah blah. She loves training, muscle training. But the scenario, her training scenario, did kind of do a little bit more in describing about how she's a little bit kind of like underdog mentality, not underdog mentality, but like sort of like kind of like I guess. What's the right word? Low self-esteem, not really confident in herself. You know, obviously looks up to McQueen, looks up to other kind of members in her family, but just kind of is not really confident in her abilities. So I do appreciate that they do go a little bit deeper into that. Obviously, you know, they're going to go deeper into a lot of the characters during their scenarios. In that sense, I kind of like Vine a little bit more. Goldship versus Akebono, Goldshi. Dober versus Taishin. Okay, so we got 2 tsunderes over here. That's kind of interesting. Mejiro Dober, kind of cool, standoffish, hates men. Narita Taishin, cool, standoffish, hates trainers. I'll go Taishin here. Still in Love versus Tarumae. Okay, we got everybody's favorite, I put in quotes, yandere. She's not yandere. Not to that degree, but like she kind of, you know what I'm talking about if you've seen clips of her scenario. Versus our local doll, our local idol, who represents her hometown of Tomakomai. Tomakomai? Is that right? Tomakomai? I think so. Good old Hokkaido. I'm gonna go with Tamai here. Durandal versus... Oh, this is actually a tough one. Durandal versus Jordan. I like Jordan. Don't get me wrong, I do like her general Gyaru mentality. She's kind of shown to be kind of the lazy one, but she also... I mean, I feel like less so than like Saiyan Sky though, because it's like she actually does like when she gets competitive, she can get competitive is the thing. So it's just like, but generally she's kind of not lackadaisical. What's the word? Kind of not happy-go-lucky. I don't know what the word is, but like and it's on the tip of my tongue, but there's that word where it's like not go my way. I mean that's kind of that's more Saiyan Sky than anything. Anyway, meanwhile Durandal, kind of the knight wannabe, wants to be kind of the does the sword fighting, wants to be the chivalrous one. Also kind of seen in the fandom as kind of like the golden retriever. There are a few characters in Umamusume that kind of are very dog energy. Durandal is one of them. Sakura Chiono is another one. Yeah, Chiono, not Chiyose. Yeah, Chiono. I don't know. Durandal. I'll go Jordan here, but honestly, Durandal is also one of my favorite. Okay, Bukador. That's an easy one. Okay. Okay, this one's gonna be hard because Chitose just came out. I mean, we don't know much about her because she, like Samson Big, also I think debuted in I think she debuted in the Star Blossom manga, but like she hasn't had that much information about her. Like I said, she just got a support card in the Japanese game pretty recently, this current banner. So I'm gonna refer to her personality here, where it says, believer, the idea that medicine and food are the same origin, an herbal maiden who wishes to spread the mindset so that people will live healthier lives. Stands out in the Sakura, the Victory Club, with her mature and aloof attitude. Her favorite numbers are 1 and 6. I don't know how that matters, but okay. Versus King Halo, who if you played her scenario, you know she's not just the Ojo Joe-sama, like, like that kind of character. She has a little bit more depth to it, which I do appreciate. Having said that, this is going to sound really conceited, but reading just the description, I kind of like Chitose a little bit more. Like, I'm a little bit excited for her. So we'll go Chitose here. Okay, Almond Eye versus Bamboo Memory. So Almond Eye is sort of the... I want to say she's kind of like Daiwa Scarlet in the fact that... whereas Daiwa Scarlet is more like, oh, like, I'm obsessed with being number 1. Almond Eye is just obsessed, like, because she's always winning, you know, she's always winning in things in life, and so she absolutely, it's more like, not like she wants to be number 1, it's that she just does not want to lose, she hates losing, so it's a little bit of a different mentality, but kind of the same kind of idea in a sense. Almond Eye. Bamboo Memory, disciplinary committee member, you can probably tell by her general look of the character. Also has one of my favorite unique animations. I need to look that up. Hold on, let me try and find it because it's freaking hilarious. Yeah, let's look it up. Bamboo Memory, unique skill. Okay, well, fuck. Okay, never mind. Let me just search Bamboo Memory. What was me? Oh, Jesus Christmas. No, this isn't what I wanted. Do I have to? I might actually just have to load in the game to show y'all because maybe does nobody have it available? Oh my god, look at all this. Look at all this. Oh, I think it's this one. Yeah, it's this one. It's this one. It's freaking hilarious. It's just like, oh wait, oh this isn't it though. Okay, no, that's just dang it. That's a meme version. Do I have to connect my game and just show you? I might have to do that. Yeah, because I don't think anybody has it. Well, that's stupid. Okay, 1 second. Let me connect my game real quick. Because I have to show it. It's freaking hilarious. I mean, you kind of saw what it kind of looked like, but basically it's like that, except he's just throwing trash into a trash can with that same energy. And I think that does a really good job of describing her character. Okay, hold on, let me make sure. On a little bit of a break here. Okay, let me open up my game. First I gotta connect to the VPN. Please work. Please connect to this VPN. Yes, there we go, okay. Alright. Phone. Okay. We're going on a little bit of a... Okay. Please stop connecting. Come on, there we go. Okay. Luckily, we can do one of these bad boys where I can show y'all what it's all about. This one, yeah. Bamboo Memory. Oh boy, where is she gonna be in this list? Probably further down. I don't think I've done many runs with her. Where are you, Bamboo Memory? Oh wait, oh hold on. Maybe a little bit further up. Interesting. Bamboo Memory. Bamboo Memory. Really? I'm surprised. Did I skip? I skipped her. I feel like I skipped her. There's no way she's this high up. Really? Do I really? Oh, there she is. Okay. Really? I have her ranked 9. That's actually kind of interesting. Oh, and also she has a speech quirk where she has "su" after every, like, almost every sentence. Anyway, this is her unique. It's so freaking extra. I love it. Yeah. That's it. That's all I wanted to show. I don't know. I just think it's hilarious. It's honestly one of my favorite skill animations. Okay, back to this order. So the big question being, Almond Eye versus Bamboo Memory. Which one do we want to go for? Well. As much as I love her skill animation, honestly, I'm sorry. That way. Okay. Bamboo Memory isn't necessarily my favorite character. I guess I'll go Almond Eye here, though I'm not really a huge fan of either of these characters. Okay. El Condor Pasa versus Orphe. I'm gonna be maybe the hot take here in saying that I'm not really a huge fan of Orphe. I'll go El Condor Pasa. Saiyan Sky, Biko Pegasus, Saiyan Sky, that one's easy. Believe, oh, this is actually a hard one. Believe versus Metro Palmer. Okay, so Believe is, I think, honestly one of the more masculine coded Umas in the entire game, despite the fact that she is a mare, which is kind of funny to me. Versus Metro Palmer, who's kind of the easygoing Gyaru of the group. Oh, this one's actually really difficult, which is kind of hard, unfortunate to say, considering that we're still very early in this. Okay. I mean, yeah, the more runs I've done of Believe, the more I've actually really liked her character. Let me think of it this way. If I could only have one of these characters in the game for the rest of my life, which one would I want? And I'm not even thinking like meta terms or like any like weird things like that. I mean, if we're thinking meta, then I think technically Believe would be better, but I'm trying not to put meta into this. Because Believe is definitely like the more quiet kurere, like kind of very very introverty kind of person in the group. Palmer is definitely the more outgoing, not as Gyaru as the rest of the Gyaru members, but definitely kind of can fit in that dynamic. Oh man. This is really difficult, actually. It should not be this. I should not already be struggling this hard. Okay, first choice. I mean, okay, if I had to do like gun to my head, choose it now, I would probably go towards Believe. So I guess I'll just do that. Special Week versus Blast One Piece Special Week. Sato no Diamond versus Kopano Riki. Transcend, Nation of Transcend. Gold City. Oh, Chiono. Gold City. Seeking the pro. Okay, Zenora Boy. See, this is how quick it should be going, and then we get to and then we're gonna get to matchups that's just gonna be like the the one I just went through, where it's like, oh, I don't know. Teo Gentle Donna. Okay, another hot take. I'm not a huge fan of Gentle Donna. Teo. Oguri Cap, Kawakami Short, Oguri Cap. Stay Gold, Grass Wonder. So, okay, Stay Gold's another character that just came out recently, that we really don't know that much about. All we know is that she is kind of, I mean, for one, she is the father. She is the deadbeat father to all of her kids, including Goldship, Nakayo Mephisto, Orfevre, friggin' Dream Journey, and then the relatively normal out of all of those Fenomeno. Quite the cast of characters. But if we look at her biography, it says that loves traveling. I mean, you can kind of tell by her race outfit that's very inspired by Kino's journey. But yeah, traveling like no other, likes to make reckless travel plans, wander about whatever she feels like. At the academy, on a quirkier side, aloof and philosophical character, usually is traveling more often than not. Versus Grass Wonder, who I'm sure if you play the game, if you are familiar with the franchise in any way, you probably know a little bit about Grass Wonder. Kind of the more serious, like, oh, the stereotypical, like, I must be a Japanese girl, even though it's technically she's from America, which is kind of funny. Very calm, very collected, but when you get her angry, it's not fun. It's a bad time. I don't know. I don't really have a preference for either of these characters. They're kind of in the middle of the pack for me. Honestly, a little bit lower more than anything, and I think this one's hard just because I don't really have a preference either way. Which I know, yeah, there's no like either. There's no neither option. That would make things a lot complicated actually if there was like an option for like, oh, either like if y'all ever go to the, this is a stupid comparison, but if y'all ever go to the optometrist and then you get your the eye test and they're like, okay, you like look through that one device or whatever, and then they like flip through all the lenses, it's like one or two. It's basically, and then you can like, it's like, oh, either, it's like, oh, they're both kind of the same. It kind of reminds me of that, except you can't choose neither, you have to choose one or the other. And I guess Stay Gold, if I had to. Oh, Ayabe versus Machan. I'm gonna go Machan here, but I do like both of them. Daring Heart versus Mayano Top Gun. The only thing I know about Daring Heart is that she uses a lot of English in her speech. Very similar to characters like, I mean, Taiki Shuttle, obviously, El Condor Pa. Does Casa really? No, I guess El doesn't really use English. But yeah, Taiki Shuttle. Who else uses English a lot? Tap Dance City. Symbolic Chris S. That's all I really know about her. What else? What other things can we remember about Daring Heart? Daring Heart. She's also part of that kind of quintuplet of characters, like Minecraft, Cesario, Air Messiah. Umamusume grew up in America, personality befitting a leader, loves to stand out from a crowd, usually surrounded by a lot of people. Self-confidence is extremely strong, bringing a pride reluctant to show her weaknesses to others, carrying her weapon in the form of strong heart. She aims to become the queen of Triple Tiara. Okay, so very kind of outgoing, very leader-coded. If you play the game, you know Mayano's kind of the one who the childy character who wants to be an adult, wants to grow up, that kind of thing. I don't really have. This is another one where I really don't have a preference. But if I had to choose, I might go Maya in this case. Okay, wow. Speaking of characters that can speak English, Tap Dance City. Very showgirly, as you can kind of tell by the name, by her general attitude. What's interesting about her character is that she's very, very outspoken about the fact that she's in it for the money, the fame, and all that. Whereas not a lot of Umamusume may say that, but yeah, she's very obvious about the fact that, yeah, I'm doing this for the fame, the money, all that. Buena Vista. Buena Vista is also kind of a newer-ish character. I think she's either, like I said before, she's either the son or the grandson of Special Week. I think grandson, right? Hold on, let me look this up. IRL. Buena Vista's Japanese racehorse. Yeah, okay. Special Week is the is her father. Okay, so top student, pure and innocent heart, cheerful, fun, affectionate, witness the scenery like no other. Twinkle series. You can say that about like 20 other characters in this franchise, honestly. Positive character. versus Tap Dance City. I'm gonna go Tap Dance City just because I mean she's a little bit more uniquer. I didn't really love her that much, but after I got her and did a few runs with the scenario, I actually really started becoming dear to her. So we'll go with her. Dream Journey versus Duramente. I think similar to Gentle Donna and Orphe, I'm not actually a really huge fan of Dream Journey, so Duramente here, the one who I forgot. Zephyr versus Kaden. Tact versus Tannhäuser. Rice Shower versus Virginia. Ooh. Here's a actually pretty hot take that y'all are probably gonna hate me on. I don't actually really like Rice Shower that much. Well, I shouldn't say that. I used to not like Rice Shower that much. Once I did her scenario in the game, I mean, this should have been obvious because the anime also kind of shows this, but really I think the game does a little bit of a deeper job of telling her story. And once I did that in the English version, I definitely was a little bit more softened my tone on her a little bit, and I don't hate her as much. Having said that, Virginia I do kind of like, although she's kind of a middle-of-the-road character for me. So if you don't know Virginia, she is a part of the group that is known as the V Sisters. The reason why that being Virginia, Vivlos, and Cheval Grand, who you may know from the third season of the anime. But Virginia is basically kind of known to be kind of like the older sister of the group. Not so much older sister character, but basically kind of acts as like sort of like a queen, like tries to be like, oh, like young lady, not Ojo-sama-esque in that sense, but kind of like yeah, kind of tries to be like very formal in the sense. Not King Halo levels though. The other thing about her is that she hates the number 2, and that's only because she was cursed by the fact that she was in the same generation as Gentle Donna, who happens to be one of the best mares in Japanese horse racing. So she got second, I think, every single Triple Tiara race to Gentle Donna. So yeah, that's kind of unfortunate. Yeah, I'll go with Virginia here in this case. Okay, Sounds of Earth versus Ramonu. Okay, these are two characters I actually really don't like that much. Sounds of Earth, the best way I've heard her character being put is that she's basically like the band kid. It's like you have Tayam Opera, who's basically like the theater kid. Sounds of Earth is kind of the equivalent to that, except she's the band kid. Like she does a lot of music. She's like very like kind of fortissimo. Like if you watch the third season, you kind of know the general sense of her character. Mejiro Ramonu is, how do I put this? She's kind of in that same group of Umas who's like, why? How is she still in high school? Like she acts very like she's like in her like 40s. It's like kind of like that gives off the regal air. She's very like, better way of describing it maybe if I look at her character description. Brilliant and elegant Umamusume who stands out from the rest of the prestigious Mejiro family. Blah blah blah, captivated, devotes everything to her love of racing, nothing can come in between. I'm gonna go band kid here. Okay. We got Mommy versus Yada. I don't really like Sleep Tosho that much, so I guess I'll go Mommy here. NTR versus Northlight, one of the characters who I forgot. So, okay, Northlight is basically like the fashionista of the Umamusumes. She's very good with the fashion sense. Very known to be kind of the help others with their kind of their outfits and such. As you can tell by the hat that she wears, I guess. And if you've watched the Road to the Top, if you watched Road to the Top OVAs, you know about NTR. You know about Top Road. You know that her name is unfortunately has the abbreviation there, hence why everybody calls her Top Road. But you can call her NTR, I think that's kind of funny. I realize that's hypocritical coming from somebody who doesn't like Mambo. But the thing is, Mambo comes from a stupid meme. NTR just comes from her name. That's a different scenario. Okay, anyway. NTR. Oh, this is a tough one. Cheval Grand versus Wonder Cute. Okay, so this is the literal grandma. This is actually, like, she is actually grandma. Like, if I pause the music a little bit... No. What the fuck did I just do? I meant to pause the music. I don't know why they did that. But if I play this voice line, you can see she is very grandma. I mean, okay, to be fair, that's not actually really how she speaks in the game. This is a little bit more grandma accentuated than her normal voice, but it's still kind of the same idea. She is very, very grandma coded. She is literally a grandma. Like like she has a freaking flip phone. She freaking knits in her spare time. Like she doesn't. That's not really a grandma thing, actually. Never mind about that. But yeah, she's actually just grandma. Meanwhile, Cheval Grand, who again, if you watch the third season of the anime, you know, very shy, very kind of lacks the self-confidence. Especially with her being kind of the middle sister, the sort of, what do you call not the gray goose of the family, so to speak, compared to her sisters. Idea-wise, I kind of did like Cheval Grand. In the anime, here's the thing, it's kind of funny because in the anime, she's definitely a little bit less shyer. In the game, she is kind of just a little bit too shy to me, honestly. Like, she's... even to her friends, she's like has a hard time speaking to her. It's just like, I don't really, not a huge fan of that. So it depends, right? Like if we're talking like an amalgamation of like anime and game and all that, I think, and the general idea of her character, I really do like Cheval Grand. Like when she first came out, I was super hyped up for whenever she'd be released. I was super excited for her to be in the game. And then when she ended up being in the game and like the anime, my hype for her kind of dropped down a little bit. So I don't know. This one's kind of a tough one because they're both characters I really do like. I guess if I had to choose Wonder Acute, is probably somebody I like a little bit more. So we'll go with Wonder. We'll go with one Acute here. Tama versus Esbar City. Tama. Calstone Light-O versus Admire Groove. Okay, so Calstone Light-O, if you don't know, is basically Bakishin times 100. Her whole ordeal is the fact that she is obsessed with the idea of straight lines. Like, she's obsessed with trying to be the fastest, just going in a straight line, like straight line speed. So obviously, like most sprint races, not obviously, but like a lot of sprint races are kind of like that, hence the reason why she is a sprinter. And it's almost comically so, to the point of where she's obsessed with that. That affects her life in a way. Meanwhile, Admire Groove, she is kind of in that family of Umas that are kind of standoffish, cold, wants to be left alone, that kind of thing. So think like Narita Taishin, freaking Dober to an extent, but not really. Who else is kind of in that group? I mean, Taishin's, I think, the biggest example that y'all can probably relate to because she's in the game already. But yeah, Admire Groove. Her mother is Air Groove. She is also the mother of Duramente. So it all kind of lines up in that kind of family tree. And then she was in the same generation as Still in Love. So similar to Vergina, she kind of was in a really unfortunate situation where she just happened to be paired with one of the better mares of her generation, and so she just happened to be in the same races, kind of those triple TR races. I don't know if she got second in all of them, similar to Vergina, but she definitely did not win any of them, obviously. So it's kind of a little bit of an unfortunate situation there. Having said that, I don't know. It's funny because I don't really like the kind of the tsundere standoffish characters, but a lot of them I actually, or generally speaking, but in Umamusume I actually do really like a lot of them. So like the Taishins, the other character whose name I'm forgetting already. Esbar City's also kind of like that, actually, now that I'm really thinking about that. But she's kind of more city Gyaru, so it's kind of, that's another aspect of her personality. We don't know much about Groove because she is actually, I think, the most recent character that's been introduced. Having said that, I mean, she plays a prominent role in Still in Love story. She has a support card that, by the way, is very powerful. So we do know a little bit about her, and I do know a little bit about her because I do have her support card. So I'll go Groove here, or I'll go Aruvu, as we know as the shorthand nickname. Air Messiah, Daitaku Helios. I think I've talked about this a bit in past streams, but Air Messiah is a character who, by her personality, or by her character description, I feel like should be somebody I do like, but I don't know, she's just so freaking boring. I mean, look at her design. Nothing about her really stands out to me, and it's just kind of, she's just boring, honestly. So she's one of the few characters who I just, after playing her scenario, I kind of didn't like, because it's generally like whenever I play scenario, I end up kind of liking the character a bit more, or it just kind of reaffirms my love for a character. This is kind of one of those situations where it became the opposite. So all that to say, Helios is kind of the obvious pick here. Hishiyama versus Vodka. Okay. Two early characters. Okay, so Amane, or Vodka. I think I'm gonna go Vodka here. Oh, frick, I accidentally double-clicked. Actually, no, that's fine. I don't really like Fusashi Pandora's character that much, so Yukino. Neo Universe versus Air Shakur. You probably know Air Shakur is kind of the... I mean, you can... From her look, you probably think, oh, she's like the delinquent, she's the punk, which she kind of has that attitude, but she's also very data-oriented, very, you know, like, logical is like kind of her catchphrase in a sense. Like, tries to do a lot of that thing. Meanwhile, Neo Universe is kind of the super genius Uma, but like also like because she's such a genius, she has such a hard time communicating with others. Kind of is suspected to be kind of an alien in that sense. Also by her hair, which is kind of crazy. I feel like I should like Shakur based on the fact that she is data oriented. I like, what the frick? Why does that do that? I don't understand why my macro pad does that. Oh hell no, we ain't doing that. We are not doing these wannabe rap songs. Also, no, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, there we go. Okay. Universe versus Shakur. This is also one that I'm just like a little bit like, on. Universe, Shakur, Universe, Core. Shakur. By like the tiniest of margins, actually. Marvelous Sunday versus Vivlos. These are pretty similar characters, actually, in a sense. In terms of like their energy levels, I'm just saying. Well, no, Marvelous Sunday I think has way more energy. I'm just like, Vivlos is kind of the same kind of like kind of same exuberance, I guess. I don't know how to put it. Vivlos. McQueen versus Furioso. Cafe versus KS Miracle. Tam Opera versus Kita-san Black. Loves Only You versus Air Groove. So Loves Only You is basically the streamer Uma. She's like the influencer Uma. Actually, no, not really. I think Kanen's more... Well, no, Kanen's more the kawaii Uma. Obsessed with the idea of cute, but also the influencer part is kind of a secondary thing to that. Loves Only You, I think that's kind of the main part of her. Very famous on the Umach, I don't know, the streaming platforms or whatever. Loves Only You. Meisho Doto versus Daiwa Scarlet. I'm honestly kind of on both of these characters. And by I mean they're all right, but they're not necessarily my favorites. We'll go Doto here. Sakura Laurel. Oh, this is a tough one. Laurel versus Hishi Miracle. Ooh, Laurel is kind of... I don't know how to describe her. She's a very interesting character. She's like... I mean, she's the main character of the Star Blossom manga, which is a kind of similar to Cinderella Grey, and that's kind of a spin-off manga. A little bit less serious, but still kind of has that same vibe, like kind of a little bit more of a different vibe than the mainline series. But if I look at her character description, positive Umamusume with an indomitable spirit who's cheerful, optimistic, and unfazed by every obstacle. Born with weak legs, plagued by injuries, but she gets back up every time she's knocked down. Special feelings for her classmate Narita Bryan, and hopes to beat her someday. So I guess that's a good way of putting it. Very optimistic, cheerful, comes from a background of injuries and, you know, like kind of hardships, but does her best to kind of overcome all that. Meanwhile, we have Hishi Miracle over here, who's kind of the lazy... If you think Seiun Sky's lazy, wait until you see Hishi Miracle. She is kind of the one who doesn't try, basically. And yet she's still one of Fuji ones. So it's like, what if she is kind of. If y'all watch sports, she's kind of like the equivalent of. I see her as kind of the equivalent of Shaq, where it's like, what if they really tried? What if they didn't just coast off their talent? What if they actually tried to do hard work and actually tried to refine their games? Who knows how good they would have been? So in a sense, I feel like I probably should hate her, but I actually do kind of like her character. Because there is that aspect of her personality, but she's also kind of very like laid back, very like, oh, she kind of has that same mentality as kind of nice, well, not really nice nature, but like kind of the same mentality as those characters like Nice Nature, Wind Variation, Danzu Flame, all the characters that are kind of like underdog characters, because she was very much an underdog in the races that she did win, the G1 races. So this is a really tough decision because like both of these characters, I really do like both these characters. I think I'm gonna have to give the edge to I was gonna say Laurel, but then I'm like, but actually no, then Laurel, but then Hishi Miracle, Laurel, Miracle. I don't know. This one's a really tough one actually, and we're only 11% of the way through. It's only gonna get harder from here. Giggity. Yeah, Sakura Laurel. Or Hishi Miracle. Laurel. Okay, Tsurumaya Tsuyoshi versus Haru Urara. Shinko, Windy, Fuji, Kiseki. I don't really like Windy's character that much, so Kiseki, or Fuji, sorry. Every time I get angry at people like for calling them the wrong nicknames, it's like, oh, whenever people call Haru Urara Haru, I mean, that one's understandable, Haru, but when people call Agnes Takio and Agnes, I'm just like, no, don't do that. There's two Agneses, you can't do that. It's like, come on, please. Or actually, well, yeah, anyway. Ikuno Dictus versus Silent Suzuka. Oh, I don't really mind. Both of these characters are pretty to me. Ikuno Dictus. So Dictus is kind of interesting, or Ikuno. I don't actually know what her nickname is. Ikuno Dictus is interesting. Ikutus, Ikuno, is interesting because her thing is that she's kind of in that family of characters that have weak legs or born with weak legs. Tries to be kind of, but I think that isn't really her personality. She's kind of more in the vein of the analytical Umas, because she has the weak legs. She's trying to does her best to kind of overcome that, prepare for it, manage her condition, that kind of thing. So kind of similar to Shakur in a sense, but not as punky, not as serious. And if you watch the anime in any capacity, or at least season 1, you know about Suzuka. So I'll go with Ikuno here. Mr. CB versus Grand Allegria. Mihono Bourbon versus Mihono Bourbon. Nadi to Brian versus Agnes Digital. Inadi 1 versus Jungle Pocket. Gimlet versus Flash. Cesario versus Twin Turbo. Okay, so now we're starting to get into repeats. So now we're starting to. I think that was all the characters, at least so far. So now we're going to get into some of these other matchups. So Cesario versus Twin Turbo. Cesario. Nakayama Festo versus Twin Turbo. See, this is how it works sometimes, where it just kind of repeats characters versus like a certain character until you like do a certain match, or until you do a certain pairing, and then it's just like, oh, okay. Nakayama Festa versus Twin Turbo. This is another case where I'm iffy on either of these characters. I've talked about it before. Turbo's the gremlin, the dumb gremlin of the group. I don't generally hate the gremlin. In fact, I actually kind of really like gremlin characters. Especially in idol shows, especially Love Live, actually. Because, in Love Live, the original one, Nico's my favorite of the Muse characters. If we're talking in Aqua, it's Yohane, who's not really the gremlin. I guess she's as close to the gremlin as there is in that group. In Niji-san, wait, Nijigasaki. Sorry, I keep getting it mixed up. Nijisaki versus Nijigasaki versus Nijisanji. One's a one's a one's a group of idols, and then the other's a black company. But yeah, Nijigasaki, the individual ones, not Karin, Kasumi. Kasumi is honestly, I wouldn't say she's my favorite, but she is one of my favorites. And she's also very gremlin energy. All to say, yeah, that's kind of who I like in those types of franchises. In Umamusume, it's kind of hit or miss, and I feel like generally it's also kind of like eh. Like if it hits, it hits. If it doesn't, it doesn't. So it's like it goes both sides of the swings either way. It's like either I really love them or I really hate them. Not saying I really hate Twin Turbo, but I don't really like her. So she's kind of that weird middle ground of gremlins. She's the middle gremlin. Meanwhile, Nakayama Festa, if you don't know, is kind of the gambler. Very gambling energy. I guess I'll go Nakayama here. Okay. Bakshino versus Fukukitaru. I'll go Fukukitaru here. Sakura Bakshino versus Winning Ticket. Okay, I'm not the hugest fan of Winning Ticket. She's a bit too emotional, so we'll go Bakshin here. Maruzensky versus Winning Ticket. Maruzensky. Okay, BY oh, nice nature, easy. BY Hide versus No Reason. So no, I don't think I went over this. No Reason. No Reason is kind of not the samurai of Umamusume, but she's kind of very samurai-y, Edo-coded. Like, if you freaking look at her racing outfit, you can kind of get a general sense of what I'm talking about. No Reason. No Reason. Also has one of the best names in the group. Like, look at this. Like, look at that. Very, like, not medieval Japan, but like that kind of era of Japan. Very obsessed with that. Blah 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 blah. The proud samurai Umamusume. Okay, so she pretty much is like the samurai of the group. Speaks in that kind of the olden Japanese style, I guess. That matches that era. But her gimmick is pretty whatever to me. Like, I don't hate it, but I don't love it. She's kind of right in the middle. Meanwhile, Hayahide. I guess I'll go Hayahide here. Serious symbol-y. Okay, this is where we got No Reason. Okay. Mejiro Bright, Yaino Muteki. Mejiro Bright's kind of the airheaded one. The airheaded Ojo type a little bit. Not Ojo so much as like she just speaks very formally. She uses the watakushi pronoun instead of like watashi or atashi or like jibun. Does any character in Umamusume use jibun actually, now that I think about it? I don't think so. I know there's a few that use boku, like Shuval Grand and Tokai Taylor are main examples. There's definitely ones that use ore, which is very masculine coded, but I mean there's some that still use that. I'm thinking like vodka, Gimlet. I think there's a few others, but yeah, that's kind of the example. Anyway, Metro Bright. Meno versus Yaino Muteki. This one's kind of tricky, actually. These are both characters that I kind of like. They're like right in the precipice of like being like slightly above average for me. But Fendo Meno's still pretty newer, so I really don't have the most concrete opinion about her. I mean, I say that, but she's not really that new. But I mean, compared to compared to Yaino Muteki, who's been in the game since release, as a support, has she been in the game since release? Actually, that might actually be a lie. Pretty much been in the game since release. It's harder to really compare her to somebody who's been more established. They kind of give off the same energy, even though they're not really the same character, because Fenomeno is kind of, as you can kind of tell by her hat and her general attitude, is kind of the strict, is she in the disciplinary committee? I don't actually think she is. But she definitely does give off those vibes. She is in the public discipline committee, strong sense of justice, patrols the streets daily, helps out locals do volunteer work, friendly officer. If she wasn't terrifying the children with her gaze. Hashtag relatable. Versus Yano Muteki, who's kind of the martial arts Uma, trains in the dojo, that kind of thing. If you've watched Cinderella Grey, you kind of already know that. Yaeno Muteki versus Fenomeno. I don't know, I kind of... Well, on the first glance, I'd say Fenomeno, but now if I think about Yaeno Muteki... I'm gonna say Yaeno Muteki by like the hair of an edge. Okay, Fenomeno versus Metro Ardon. Now Metro Ardon's a little bit more interesting case. Because like Ardon is a little bit like she has the glass legs or whatever. That's a big part of her character story, big part of her character in general. But she's, you know, as you can probably tell by the fact that she is a Metro, she's kind of a little bit more formal type in that sense. Fenomeno versus Metro Ardon. Fenomeno versus Metro Ardon. Fenomeno Ardon. I don't know. This one's also kind of tricky. This one shouldn't be really that tricky though. It does feel like that. Fenomeno. Okay. Fine Motion versus Chronogenesis. Okay, so I've already talked about Fine Motion. Chronogenesis is kind of same energy as Agnes Digital, if you remove all of the craziness from Agnes Digital. So she is a history buff. She goes to the racetracks a lot, you know, watches a lot of races, that kind of thing. So that's kind of her main character traits. But she is a little bit more shyer, she's a little bit more quieter. But if you get her talking about horse racing and races, she goes non-stop. She gets into obsessive otaku mode. So we have that versus our ramen queen over here. So out of either one of these, which one would I pick? Fine Motion? Chronogenesis. Fine Motion. Chronogenesis. Fine Motion. Chronogenesis. I don't know. This one isn't tough because they're both so close to each other. This one's tough because I don't really give a shit either. No, I'm just kidding. This one's tougher because Chronogenesis is part of that kind of the newer cast of characters, and she's one I really don't have any opinion of, to be quite frank. Like, speaking from the meta, she is one of the most powerful, well, not one of the most powerful, but she is a pretty viable character in any of the meta races, so like Champions Meeting and stuff. But that doesn't really matter in these rankings. I'm just saying that for a fact. That's why I'm kind of familiar with her, because I've done so many runs with her. Well, maybe that, I mean, that hypothetically that should make this decision easier. I say that, but like it's not making this decision any easier. Fine Motion. Oh, Taiki Shuttle versus Chronogenesis. Taiki Shuttle. Okay. Ooh, Danzu Flame versus Ines Fujin. Danzu Flame versus Sato no Crown. Danzu Flame. Smart Falcon versus Sato no Crown. Okay, we got the Uma doll over here, the Uma idol versus the international girl, basically. I think that's, I don't know, she's kind of, her whole personality, I think, is based on the fact that she like won a lot of races internationally, so she's very well versed in kind of like international stuff. Has some motifs to magic for some reason in her character design and her costumes and stuff. We'll go Smart Falcon here. Whoopsies. Wind Variation versus Katsudagi Ace. Wind Variation. Katsudagi Ace. These are both characters I really don't give a shit about. Actually, though. I've already talked about how I don't really get voice and voice. Bubblegum Fellow. Bubblegum, how do I describe her? She is like a brave and dauntless vanguard captain, possessed of a strong spirit and quick wit. As one of the big four at her father's club, blah blah blah, prevails in the race. So she's kind of like, I think, one of the basically like the self-confident Uma. I guess they by default. Okay, Samson Big versus Measure Orion. this is tricky because, again, Samson Big is just a character who we really don't know that much about. So it feels kind of weird including her in these comparisons because I don't really have a good grasp of her character at all. Like, she hasn't appeared in the game in any capacity, like I mentioned 600 times at this point. Yeah, I don't know. Samson Big, Mejiro Ryan. Samson Big. Oh. I mean, I committed. Okay. Minecraft versus Mejiro Ryan. Minecraft. Nolan Ryan. Who, by the way, that is where her game name comes from, is Nolan Ryan, the pitcher. Ryan. Minecraft symbol, leave it off, symbol, leave it off. Okay. Gold chip, Narita Taishin, gold chip. Ishiake Bono, Narita Taishin, Narita Taishin. Hishibono, Hishiake Bono, Mejiro Dober. Dober. Tadamai Jordan. Tadamai Durandal. Bukedor, Bukedor. Chris S, Chitose-o. Chris S symbol, King Halo. Okay, we're actually making... It's only 70% of the way through. Almond Eye versus El Condor Pasa. And this is estimated process, by the way. We're like 97 out of like 800 comparisons, so I'm not... Actually, no, that matches up, I guess. Almond Eye versus El Condor Pasa. That one's kind of tricky, actually. El Condor Pasa. Almond Eye. Same blue memory. Okay. Seiyun Sky versus Believe. Seiyun Sky. Believe. Palmer. Okay. Special Week versus Kopano Riki. I do like both of these characters a lot, but Special Week has a place in my heart. Kopano Riki. Okay, Blast One Piece versus Satono Diamond. So if you don't know Blast One Piece, the One Piece, her whole character... What is her whole... So this is another character who I really don't get too much. Because based on her character description, she is kind of obsessed with the idea of being in Umamusume. Like, hold on, let me try and read her character description. An ingenuous Umamusume who's sociable to the max. When she spots a human, she gets all giddy with joy and rushes to ask them. Getting her legs treated as a character made her even fonder of humans who have ties with Umamusume. She's eager to learn about humans, like their culture and history. Her paddock introduction is, or I don't know how to describe it, her like, you know, like right before the races when the Umas do like their little kind of routine stuff, like in the game, hers is honestly one of my favorites. And now this is me doing another search and trying to find that. Oh god, my history is going to be all this. Okay, well I'm on Fiverr anyway, so it's fine. Okay, Blast. I don't know if this is going to be up here though. Blast One Piece Umamusume. It should be in shorts, I hope. Okay, well maybe not. Let's try and find it. Is it this one? It is, yes! Yeah. It's freaking hilarious. It's like, yeah, it's just her like, I have ears, I have a tail, yay! It's one of my favorite, like, little kind of, paddock introduction or whatever things. Yep. That's all I can say about that. That's all I really know about her, to be honest. Like, I mean, she has had a few appearances in, like, support card events and stuff. I think she does have a support card. But, I don't know. I don't really know too much about her, to be honest. Versus Satono Diamond, who we kind of know because of Season 3. And 2 to an extent of the anime. And for some reason, she's very, very popular with the questionable fan artists. For whatever reason, I wonder. But like actually though, because like there are other Umamusume who have better assets to say it in that way. I'm kind of amazed why Satono Diamond is so popular among the people like that. Anyway, last One Piece or Satono Diamond. Time to make a final decision. We are about an hour and a half in, and we're only 18%. We're making such great progress, and I say that sarcastically because it's only going to get harder from here. I keep saying that, but, you know, maybe it won't. Who knows? I'm just staring into each of them, thinking about which one would I pick. Take that for what you will. Interpret that however you may. For what it's worth, I'm not doing this as like a waifu tier list. If I was doing this as a waifu tier list, I would be making very different choices. Let me just say that right off the bat. If anything, I think Nice Nature would be number 1 in that case. But we're not doing it like that. This is my favorite characters tier list. So it's a different way. It's different. Blast One Piece, Satono Diamond, Blast One Piece, Satono Diamond. Okay, I'm just stalling at this point. I'm not even thinking. Let me actually think. This is hard because I don't even have a preference between either of these. Like a snap, like gun to my head. Which one would you pick out of these? I guess Satono Diamond. Okay. Transcend versus Gold City. Ooh, this one is not kind of Transcend. Nishino Flower versus Gold City. Ooh, Nishino Flower. Okay, so Nishino Flower is the elementary school student who went up a few too many grades, but is very mature, responsible character. Meanwhile, Gold City, who recently I think just came, who is the most recent of the ones who come out in the English server, who I actually did recently get. I did pull for her. I did get her within like 20 pulls. Actually, really lucky. And so I've been doing a lot of runs with her in the English version. I've become really endeared to her character a lot. She is definitely a little bit, can be a little bit. I don't want to say tsundere because that's probably not the right way of putting it, but she can be a little bit stricter, a little bit harsh. But I do like the whole idea of her story, her whole motivation of like, I'm trying to be like, not just a pretty face, not just a model. I want to see want people to see me as like a runner, not just like oh, you're a model who happens to also run. I'll go Gold City here. Oh boy, Chiono versus Nishino Flower. Oh, Chiono, or Nishino Flower. Flower or Chiono. Chiono. Nishino Flower by a hair's edge. Okay. Zeno Robboy versus Tokai Teo. Ooh. This is gonna sound contrarian because I've been doing a lot of contrarian takes. I'm not the hugest fan of Teo. I feel like she can be a little bit of the brat too much. But I still do kind of like her. But do I like her more than Zeno Robboy is the question. Zeno Robboy is kind of the bookworm Uma. You can probably tell by her glasses and general demeanor. Also has some of the biggest ears in the freaking franchise. Compared to, which is funny because she's roommates with Rice Shower, who also happens to have some of the biggest ears. I'll go Robboy here. Okay, that one's easy. Oh boy. Okay, we got two characters I don't really like here. Which one of them do I not like the lead? Or do I? How do I put it? Which of these characters do I not like less? That's the right way of putting it, right? Yeah. Okay. Gentle Donna. Seeking the Pearl. I guess Gentle Donna. Okay. Ogurika, Stay Gold. Or Ogurika. Kawakami Princess versus Stay Gold. I already said Stay Gold, her whole shtick. Kawakami Princess wants to try to be a princess, comes from a common family, also has way too powerful strength that she can't control, which is kind of a meme at this point in the franchise. Like one time when she accidentally broke off a door handle when she was freaking trying to open a door or whatever. It's like, how do you do this? I'll go Princess here. Okay. Aston Machan, my own top. Oh, Machan. Admire Vega versus my own top. Vega. Okay. Ayabe. Okay. Tap Dance City versus Duramente. Tap Dance City. Buena Vista versus Duramente. Buena Vista. Kanin-chan versus Tannhäuser. Kanin-chan versus Tact. Yamanin Zephyr versus Daring Tact. So Daring Tact's funny character because she got released, or she got announced as an Uma, I think while she was still technically racing, although she was pretty much close to retirement at that point. But yeah, she got announced real quick. And then they didn't really do much with her character until pretty recently. Like do any voices or like include her in any sort of things. So it's kind of funny seeing her initial character design versus like what her actual personality is, which she's actually, I think, more the way the game puts it and the way I think of it is she's kind of like she was like the meme of like raised by wolves or like bears sort of thing. Yeah, like literally like cheerful, polite, strong-minded Umamusume who grew up in the harsh but beautiful wilderness, trains day and night in order to achieve magnificence of her homeland, which nurtured her. There's, I think, a few official, her official one coma is basically like this, like her just chasing this bear. It's like, that is, yeah, she just trains in the wilderness. She's just like, she is the one raised by the wolves or whatever. Which does not look like her character. Like, does not seem like something that would come from her character or from her race outfit for that matter. Like, you look at her race outfit, it does not look like somebody who was raised by wolves, or raised in the wilderness, I guess, for instance. So that's hers. Yamanin Zephyr, I think, is one of those characters you can describe in one word, and that word is wind, or kaze, I guess. Obsessed with wind, obsessed with trying to be like the wind, obsessed with trying to replicate the one time that she experienced the wind or whatever. Loves nature and the wind, hopes to become the wind, deep admiration for Umamusume she watched as a child who overwhelmed others in the mile race, hopes to become the wind like her. Yeah, so she is all about trying to be like the wind. Very soft-spoken, very kind of, and I wouldn't say an Uma a few words, but definitely kind of a little bit more soft-spoken, a little bit more gentle. So they're both, we got kind of the more gentler Umas here. I'm gonna go for Tact here in this case. Virginia. Right shower. Top road. Oof. Mommy or fashionista? I'm gonna go Super Creek here. Ooh, Wonder Acute versus Tamamo Cross. Grandma or Osaka? Osaka, right? Is this what that? I was about to say Kansai, but I don't think that's right. Tamamo Cross. Kansai. Okay, no, it is Kansai. Well, isn't Osaka in Kansai? I might be really wrong about that. Okay. Yeah, so Grandma versus Kansai. Oh, this one's kind of a toughie. These are both characters I actually really do like. They would be both in the same tier, so this is really where it starts getting kind of into the oof. And we're not even really into that phase yet. I will definitely say when we start getting into like the later percentages, some of these decisions are going to be really, really tough. But yeah, Wonder Acute or Tamamo Cross. I mean, we already talked about Wonder Acute, she's a little grandma. Tamamo Cross, I mean, heck, I mean, unless you've been living under a rock, I assume you know who Tamamo Cross is, especially if you've been watching the Cinderella Grey anime. So, but I guess the anime doesn't really, it's kind of one side of her personality. I see Tama more as kind of because like, it doesn't really show off her silly side, like her, like, I don't know. Yeah, like, there's a lot of silly sides to her that anime doesn't really show that's very prevalent in the game. I'm kind of leaning towards Tama, but I really do like miss the grandma over here, so like, I don't know. I'll go Tama here, I guess. Okay. Ooh, two dirt characters. We got Wonder Acute versus Espar City. We'll go Wonder Acute. True Volgrand versus Espar City. Volgrand. Admire Groove versus Helios. Helios. Admire Groove versus Messiah. Air Groove. Or Arubu. Hailstone Light-O versus Air Missile. Hailstone Light-O. Vodka versus Yukino Bijin. Ryuki no Bijin. Vodka. Oh, I accidentally double clicked. No, I didn't. Ishii Amazon versus okay. Fusaichi. Okay, yeah, Fusaichi Pandora is not really one of my favorite characters. In fact, I'd say I've talked about it before. I don't really like her whole thing of like, oh, I'm a tensai, I'm a genius, and like she acts all goody, like oh, like I'm all like oh cutesy, quirky, but like she has like kind of a weird like deep down it feels fake. I guess is the best way of putting it. Then again, I've done like one run just for doing one run's sake. But I have not really dived too deep into a character, so who knows, maybe I might be missing something, but that's how I feel right now, at least. Air Shakur versus Vivlos, Air Shakur versus Marvelous Sunday, Air Shakur, or Neo Universe versus Marvelous Sunday, Neo Universe, Furioso versus Chaos Miracle, Furioso. Oh, what is that? Oh, I hate, I'm like, just starting to listen to that song and I'm like, oh, that buzzing just not good for my ears. Okay. Anyway, McQueen versus Chaos Miracle. I don't hate McQueen, but I'm not really the hugest fan of her, but I do like her. Chaos Miracle is another one of the kind of girls, Umas, that kind of has the fragile sort of, I guess, complexion, whatever. Fragile legs or whatever, fragile body. So tries to pull off a miracle like her namesake, and win races and continue racing. Do I want out of either of these? Which one would I pick is the question, though. KS Miracle or Mejivo McQueen. I'll go McQueen. Okay. Kita-san Black versus Loves Only Kita-san Black. Tiamapro Loves Only You. Okay, I was immediately about to go Loves Only You because I don't actually hot take. I don't actually really like Tiamapro that much. Her whole boisterous personality, which I mean is very granted because of the fact that she is very, very good. But still, you know, very narcissist, that kind of thing. So I guess Loves Only You. And I guess, yeah, Air Groove. Okay, Meisho Doto Sakura Laurel, Meisho Doto Hishi Miracle, Haru Urara Fichi Kiseki Urara, Tsuyoshi or Fuji. Ooh. Okay, Tsuyoshi's another character that has weak complexion. Kind of feels like it's more of a meme than anything. It's not really taking that seriously. And then Fuji, if you have not been playing the English version of the game, or you don't know her, or you haven't pulled for her, kind of the why was I about to say Rizzler? That's not the right word. Kind of the what's the word? Not Rizzler. The one who's going to steal your girl, basically, like. Yeah, that kind of mentality, that kind of character personality. Apparently, also likes to play pranks. But one of those characters who can't really take what she dishes, sort of thing, in a way. She can still do it. But anyway, Fuji Kiseki or Tsurumaru Tsuyoshi. Also, Tsuyoshi's technically in the same generation as like a Special Week. All that golden generation she's technically part of. She just never really, again, since she was injured so much, she never really got to be full strength in any of those races. So she's just kind of a footnote, so to speak, and all that, which is kind of unfortunate. I'll go Fuji Kiseki here, and then yeah, that's an easy decision. Okay, Gran. Okay, even though I forgot about her, I do kind of like Mr. CB. What is with these songs? Jeez. We're on a bad run of songs right now. 1 second. I'm gonna choose a song that I like here. Because I have a few in here that this should be pretty good. This one. Anyway, back to this. Okay. Yeah. So Mr. CB. Even though I did forget her in the when I was trying to name Umas, I do like her. She's very free spirit. Yeah, she is a Triple Crown winner. But yeah, I don't know. I think I'll pick her. Okay, Mihono Bourbon versus Agnes Digital. Oh, by the way, we're 1/4 of the way through apparently, which that doesn't seem right, but okay. Mihono Bourbon versus Agnes Digital. That's a good question. I guess Bourbon. Okay. I'll choose the battle of the Agneses. I'll choose Digital there. Okay, Narita Bryan or Agnes Narita Bryan? Oh, this is a tough one. This is a tough one. Jungle Pocket versus Tanino Gimlet. Oh, they're both kind of very masculine coded characters. Tanino Gimlet's just the Chunibyo of the groups. Yeah, if you don't know, I mean, heck, Tanino Gimlet is Vodka's father IRL, also won the Derby, and yeah, likes kicking fences. That's not a joke, that is actually a thing. The real life horse actually just kicks fences a lot. Hence the reason why she does that, for like coolness, the Uma version at least. Yeah, obsessed with the idea of cool, just like her son. Yeah, very, very similar vibes. Also, her casual outfit is probably my favorite casual outfit in the entire game, and I actually just recently unlocked it in the Japanese version, which I'm so happy about. But no, her casual outfit is a vibe. It is actually, oh, they don't have a full version of it, really? No, we need the full version with the Zettai Roiki. That's the chef's kiss. Where the frick is it? There has to be. Hold on. Oh, I thought they had a version of it that was a... okay, so, here it is. Here's part of it. I already tell that, but hold on, let me look this up. Tanino Gimlet casual outfits. Tanino Gimlet casual outfits. Let me try and find one that isn't an art or a copyright. Trying to find one that isn't fan art. That one's not really good res though. Is there really not an image of it? That seems crazy to me. I feel like this would have... Yeah, I know this was deprecated. Yeah, okay, here we go. Yeah, why don't they have... I don't know why the Umamusume wiki doesn't have this version, but yeah, look at this shit. It's like, oh, chef's kiss. Beautiful. I love it. I've legitimately thought about cosplaying this too, although that might be a whole ordeal in itself. But, yeah, that's Tanino Gimlet. Anyway, and then meanwhile, Jungle Pocket. If you watched freaking the movie beginning of a new era, you freaking know what her whole character is about. Used to do street racing, watched a race of Fuji Kisekis, became enamored by that, enrolled in Tracen. The story goes on from there. I guess Jungle Pocket, but yeah, Tanino Gimlet's also a very good character. Okay, E91 versus Eishin Flash. E91, also kind of Edo obsessed, kind of similar to No Reason, except not samurai, not specific samurai. I think it's just kind of Edo-y and very kind of gritty. Not gritty. What's the right word for it? It's like very kind of. I think one of her support cards does a really good job of this, not describing her, but like showing her off. Because like there is, I don't know, does this have? It does. Yeah, this I think is a very good summary of her character. Just the image alone. Very willing to get dirty sort of thing. Very sort of committed, I guess. I don't know, that kind of character. Meanwhile, Eishin Flash, if you don't know, I know she's in the English version, but I don't think she hasn't been implemented yet. Or she's about to soon, but basically comes from Germany. Her whole thing is that she's trying to, she has a schedule that she always tries to keep, and she can never, like, straight off of that. So she's like, oh, you're 3 seconds late, or like I only have 57 seconds until my next training session or whatever. So she's very down to the last second sort of thing. Also likes baking. Also, her racing outfit is one that's very questionable and one that would probably not work in real life, because I don't know how they would keep that together, if you know what I mean. I guess if you want to see reference, Ishin Flash. Yeah, seriously, I'm just like, that's... if you know, you know, okay? But anyway. Ishin Flash or E91? Okay, decision time. Ishin Flash? I like both of these characters, don't get me wrong. But I guess I might go Ishin Flash. Cesario versus Machikane Fukukitaru. Machikane Fukukitaru. Cesario versus Sakura Bakshino. Ooh, this one's a tougher one. Okay. Cesario is kind of an interesting character. She has kind of an on-off personality, where it's just like when she's on, she's very serious. It's like two different voices too. It's like when she's on, she's like very serious about racing. She has a deeper voice. She's like, oh yes, it's like, ready to go. Okay, hold on. Maybe this. Yeah, it's like that tone. I don't know. You probably didn't hear that. Real quick. Wait, did you? Oh, you probably would have heard that louder than the music. Okay, I didn't hear it louder than music, but that's because of the way I have it set up on my end. But yeah, that's her on voice. Her off voice, she's very like very kind, very like, oh, like I'll be happy to help you, like that kind of thing. So very and she like can like switch between the two very easily at will, sort of thing. Generally speaking, she goes on her on mode during races, like most Umas would usually. But sometimes it can like code switch, you know, randomly. I guess that's not the right word, but like switch randomly on command, sort of thing. And meanwhile, we all know about Bakshin. I mean, she's Bakshin. So, which one of these would I pick? Cesario or Bakshino? Bakshino by like a hair. Yeah, okay, Cesario. Okay. Nakayama versus Maruzen. Nakayama Festa. Oh, Twin Turbo versus Maruzensky. This one's a little tougher. Obviously. Twin Turbo or Maruzensky. I don't hate Maruzensky. I'll go Maruzensky here. Twin Turbo. Okay. Lucky Lilac versus Lucky Lilac. Why was Lucky Lilac so far down? She should not be this far down. I don't know what the sorter is thinking. Nice Nature versus Meijiro Bright. Nice. No, I did not mean to select you. I meant to select Nice Nature. Okay. Biwa Haihide versus Meijiro Bright. Biwa Haihide. Biwa Haihide versus Yainu Muteki. If I choose Quake, that means it's that. I mean, obviously that means it's obvious, but I think I see it more as like, oh, these two are in completely different tiers. Like it's like, oh, I really love this character versus like, I'm alright with this character. If I take time to think about it, that's generally, I think, when it's usually like, oh, they're kind of the same tier. Now I really have to think about which one I like. But yeah, for something like this, yeah, I know Matsuki. Biwa Haihide versus Fenomeno. Biwa Haihide versus Metro Ardon. Metro Ardon. Ines Fujin. Ines Fujin. That's a flame. Okay. Smart Falcon versus Fine Motion. Smart Falcon versus Fine Motion. Uma Doll or Ramen Queen? Uma Doll. Queen. Chronogenesis. That's not okay. Wind Variation versus Samson Big. Wind Variation. Katsudage Ace versus Samson Big. Oh, this is starting to get to a point where it's like, I think Samson Big is just kind of like firmly in the above average, like slightly above average tier. So now it's just like, do you think that now it's just a question of do I think this character is slightly above average, like more than that or less than that, and then they are slightly above average, like I think it is here. Then it really starts getting iffy because it's like I don't know how to compare these two. Because again, Samson Big, the most unknown out of all the Umas, I think, so far in the cast. I don't really have a good way of comparing her to anybody who's probably close to her in my rankings. Like whether she's slightly above character here, slightly below character. We'll go ace here though. Oh, same as big, I guess, because yeah, this is where we get the average. Meijiro Ryan though. Meijiro Ryan. Oh, we're getting to some tough choices here. Okay, simply leave it off. Okay, this is. Do I still think it's Bubblegum Fellow or Minecraft? This is where it's okay. And the sorter does this on purpose, by the way. It's just like they go through. It's just like they. I mean, obviously they're refining it more and more. But yeah, you saw it's just like, you know, it's like, oh, character I kind of like, oh, character I like a little bit less, but still kind of like, oh, character I kind of like less a little bit more. And then now it's starting to get to a point where it's just like, now it's a really close matchup, and I'm just like, I don't know, this one's iffy. I mean, I don't think, yeah, Minecraft. I mean, I've already talked about her before, but if we actually look at her character thing, bright and cheerful, favorite thing to do is bask in the sun's warmth, yearn for a triple tiara, passionate admiration for, wishes to go for them, works every day for that dream, stubborn to a fault and extra dynamic, usually easygoing, makes everyone feel relaxed around her. I'll go with you. Okay, thank you. Oh boy, this is a fun matchup, only because these two hate each other IRL and in the game. Oh, but this is a tough one for me actually, because like I really do like both these characters. Golchi is Golchi. I mean, if you know, you know. Obviously, Golchi is that Uma. Meanwhile, Tosin Jordan, I've talked about it before already. The Gyaru, the kind of easygoing, laid back, kind of lazy Gyaru, who can really put her mind to it if she wants to. This one's a toughie, but I think I'm gonna go Tosin Jordan here, and then Goldship here. Okay, Narita Taishin versus Durandal. I don't know. This one's also kind of the Taishin. I guess Durandal. Okay, Taishin versus Tarumae. Taishin. Okay, Dobear versus Tarumae. Didn't I already have this song? Skip that. Dober versus Tarumae. Tarumae. Dober versus Dober. Hishiaki Bono versus Stone Love. Hishiaki Bono. Karen Bukidor versus El Condor Pasa Bukidor. Chitose O versus El Condor. Chitose O. King Halo. What is with this rant? Wow. I keep telling you, I wouldn't say most. There's a number of songs in this playlist that I'm just like, I wish they just don't have, because it's not good. There are some good songs in here though. A lot of them are pretty good for what it's worth. Just some of them just like I really just need to skip. Chris S versus L. Wait, did I accidentally? No, I did. Okay, I was like, I thought I accidentally skipped one. Chris S versus El Condor Pasa. Ooh, this one. I mean, they're both foreign Umas. Chris S is the one of few words. She doesn't really say that much. It's kind of the scary looking, but just very kind of has the RBF, you know, resting bitch face. But she isn't actually mean or actually like scary or anything like that. She just looks like that. She also has the unique ears, which is kind of fun. And then we have L, the wrestler, very outgoing, kind of the polar opposite in a sense. I'll go simply Chris S here. Ooh, this is a tough, not really tough, but like this is kind of a fun matchup. Seiun Sky versus Special Week. Seiun Sky. Special Week versus Believe. I was about to go special week instantly, but then I kind of thought about it. I was like, this is actually a little bit tougher than I thought it'd be. And now special week. Okay, Believe versus Kopano Ricky. Oh, this one's tough. Okay, Believe. These two are also kind of complete opposites in personality. The one who doesn't talk much, who's quiet, the one who is very, a little bit more outgoing. The feng shui, Uma, also fortune teller, but she leans into the direction of feng shui versus Ukukitaru, who's more of the traditional one, who has the orbs and whatever, and the other stuff for fortune telling. But yeah, very, very obsessed with that idea. We'll go Kopanariki here. I'll believe. Okay. Meijiro Palmer versus Meijiro Palmer. Biko Pegasus versus Satono Diamond. Biko Pegasus versus Blast One Piece. Transcend. Here's the thing. I'm starting to realize I should probably just be a bit more quicker about these, because if I really want to, I could keep thinking deeper about each one of these. But the more I do that, the more longer it's gonna take. And really, this should be like first instinct, like, oh yeah, this is my favorite, this is a favorite, like this is a favorite, like this is a favorite, that kind of thing. I'm not actually. I actually want to think about this one. No, never mind. Okay. Nishino Flower, Zenoraboi, Nishino Flower. Sakura Chiono, Zenoraboi, Sakura Chiono. Oguri Cat versus Astom. This one's actually tougher. Okay, before I would have said Oguri Cat by far, but now this one's a little tougher. Actually, I'll still go Oguri Cat. Astom Machan. Okay. Kawakami Princess versus Admire Vega. Kawakami Princess. Stay Gold versus Mayono Top Gun? What kind of matchup is this? Oh man. I'll go with Stay Gold. I'll go with Grass Wonder. Okay. Tannhäuser. Karen-chan. Okay, Tap Dance City versus Daring Tact. Tap Dance City versus Zephyr. Tap Dance City. Buena Vista versus Yamanin Zephyr. Probably Buena Vista. Yamanin Zephyr. Okay. Virginia versus Narita Top Road. Virginia. Rice Shower. We're doing speed mode, I guess, now. Having done that, now we're only still a third of the way through, though, so... Oof. Sounds of Earth versus Super Creek. Sounds of Earth versus Super Creek. Sounds of Earth versus Northlight. Sounds of Earth. Meijiro Ramona versus Sweet Toshio. Tamamo Cross versus Daitaku Helios. Oh boy. Tama. Wander Q versus Daitaku Helios. Oh, this one's a tough one. Grandma or Ultra Gyaru. Or I guess technically in the English version she's localized as like the Zoomer. The brain rot character. Go Grandma. Cheval Grand or Daitaku Helios. Cheval Grand Admire Groove. Cheval Grand. Aspar City Admire. They're both kind of standoffish characters. One's a bit more so than other. One actually probably... It's like the tsundere versus the one who actually hates you. Because, like, she comes off as very tsundere, but she cares. She cares about her friends. She likes. Go Espar City. Okay, Yuki no Beijing versus Vivlos. I don't think I really talked too much about Vivlos yet. Vivlos is... I mean, she is the youngest of the V sisters. So she kind of is that spoiled younger sister vibe. She has the OO mouth. Similar to Meisho Doto, surprisingly, but like, yeah, she's very, in that sense, very, it matches her personality, definitely. The OO mouth, the cat mouth. Let's see, I'll probably go there, and then yeah, Yuki no Bijin or Air Shukur, Yuki no Bijin, Vodka or Air Shukur. This one's kind of tricky actually, Air Shukur. Vodka or Neo Universe. Ooh, Vodka or Neo Universe. Vodka, who wants to be cool, versus Neo Universe. I'm gonna go Neo Universe here. Okay, Marvel. Hishi Amazon. Okay. Furioso versus Kita-san Black. I don't think I've really talked too much about Furioso because I've been able to make easy selections for her, but Furioso is very, I think she's similar to Hoko Tarumae in that she's very obsessed with her city, except she's not a local doll, so she's just obsessed with her city, which Funabashi. So she comes from Funabashi, similar to Oguri Cap in that she came from regional school and then transferred over to Central, and now she's trying to show everybody, oh, Central racers are nothing compared to the wonder that is Funabashi. So I'll go probably Furioso. I will say I didn't really care too much for her character, but she definitely grew on me as I started doing more and more runs with her. So yeah, we'll go Furioso here. McQueen or Kita-san Black? Kita-san Black. McQueen or Loves Only You? McQueen. KS Miracle or Loves Only You? KS Miracle. Manhattan Cafe or Loves Only You? Ooh, Streamer or Coffee? Haunted Coffee or Streamer? Streamer Uma. Manhattan Cafe. Okay, Sakura Laurel or Haru Ura? Oh no, we're starting to get back into the harder decisions. I don't know. This one's a toughie. Urara, the People's Champion, or Sakura Laurel? I'm gonna go for Sakura Laurel. Okay, Hishi Miracle versus Haru Urara. Urara. Hishi Miracle versus Fuji Kiseki. I'm leaning towards Hishi Miracle. Because, like, yeah, there's KS Miracle and there's Hishi Miracle. I think, yeah, she's Miracle. That's the shorthand, and then KS Miracle is just KS. And then, yeah, Fuji Kiseki is Fuji. So Miracle or Fuji? Believe it or not, I actually really did used to like Fuji Kiseki, but for whatever reason, after her implementation, after all that, I kind of fell off of her a little bit. Having said that, I still do kind of like her character. I'll still go Hishi Miracle here in this case, and then yeah, that's easy, okay. Meisho Doto or Suzumaru Tsuyoshi. Meisho Doto, Diamond Scarlet. Okay, Grand Allegria or Mihono Bourbon. Oh boy, okay. So I haven't talked about either of these characters. I mean, you probably know about Mihono Bourbon. She is the robot, the cyborg. Grand Allegria. So Allegria is, I mean, she's easy to describe. She is the Mile. She is Mile. She lives with a set of rules called like Mairuru, which is like a pun on because Mairu, and then you add the extra ru, and then it's like my rule, Mairuru. Yeah, so it's like my rules. It's kind of fun wordplay. So it's like kind of unique, quirky things that she does to kind of to keep her lifestyle. Like she eats salad every day. She listens to national diet radio, that kind of thing. And then she has like she has the fun greeting of Oha Mairu, and she's like likes to compare things to miles, like Sanbyaku mile or whatever. Like if you watch there's that one Umamusume episode featuring her with Chronogenesis and Loves Only You and Karin-chan. So like there's a little bit of snippet of her character there, and that's basically her character. She also can freaking she does a freaking front flip for her like paddock dance things, which is freaking insane to me. But then again, they're Umas, so I mean they're athletic like that. So yeah, Mile or Cyborg? Mile or Cyborg? This is a really close one. I'm gonna go with the Cyborg, and then I was about to immediately go here, but then okay, this is actually a little bit harder too. No, I'll go with this one. Okay, we got the hentai, and then we got the free spirits. I'll go the hentai here, and then free spirit here. Okay, Narita Brian or Ikuno Dictus. So here's the thing with Narita Brian is like, yes, she is like very like kind of very serious, very standoffish. I don't know if that's the right word, but very kind of like, yeah, whatever. Like I don't care. Like I just care about races and all that. But she does have a little bit of a softer side to her, which I kind of really do like. Like she isn't the thing like she likes collecting plushies? She does kind of like cute things, so I do like a little bit of that side to her. So I'll go with her. Ikuno Dictus or Agnes Tachyon. Ikuno Dictus. Silent Suzuka or Agnes Tachyon. Okay. I don't think I mentioned this, right? I haven't. Another hot take I have. I mentioned this in a previous stream definitely before, but not this stream. I'm not a huge fan of Tachyon. Like I know she's super popular. Takyon's probably one of the more popular characters in the game. I don't really like her that much. Like and after playing her scenario, I didn't like her even more. To be completely frank, like her whole thing about like, oh, like I'm gonna treat you like my guinea pig, like she kind of comes off as a little bit bratty. Which I know some people like that, but like I was not the hugest fan of that. So I'll go Suzuka here. Okay. Nice nature. Okay. Fukukitaru or Bright? Midgewa Bright. We'll go Midgewa Bright here. Machikane Fukukitaru or Yare no Muteki. We'll go Fukukitaru here. Bakushino or Yare no Muteki. Ooh, this one's a toughie. It's like the character I both kind of really like, but also kind of really don't like, so it kind of evens out to be like, she's alright, versus the character that I'm initially just like, she's alright. Because I'll just go with the character there. Okay, Fenomeno versus Sakura Bakushino. Fenomeno. Mejuo Ardon or Sakura Bakushino? Sakura Bakushino. Cesario or Mejuo Ardon? Cesario. Okay. Biwahai Hide or Nakayama Festa? Biwahai Hide. No Reason or Nakayama Festa? No Reason. Serious Symbol. Oh, these two are roommates actually, which is kind of funny. Nakayama Festa here. And then Marzensky. Twin Turbo or Serious Symboli? Okay, we're starting to get into kind of the lower ranks, I think, for this matchup. Twin Turbo or Serious Symboli? By the way, we're not even halfway through, and my brain's already just like, This is why I think the last time I did this, which is also the first time I did this, the first and only time I did it, I think I did it in spurts. Like I didn't do it all at once. Like I took a break, did it again, took a break, did it again, because yeah, it's a lot of comparisons, especially if you're doing it with all the characters that are currently available. It's 132 goddamn characters. I mean, there's gonna be a lot of comparisons, so. That's why I think it's good for me just to be like trying to do these as quick as I can, just so I don't have to do just so I can save the brain power for the truly hard matchups. So in that case, I might just go Twin Turbo here, and then Lucky Lilac here, and then Serious Symbol here. Okay, alright, Nasuji, that one's easy. Dansu Flame or Wind Variation? Oh, these two are very similar characters. Very, very similar characters. They're both kind of the underdogs of their generations. But they're a little bit different, because Wind Variation is a little bit more, how do I put it? She's a bit more ballet-coded. Like, there's a lot of references to ballet, both in her race outfits, as well as her kind of general, like, story. But yeah, sporty, healthy, dedicated to hard work, strong desire to win, becomes as depressed as anybody else were she to fail at any point in time. However, she believes in the parable that if she falls down 7 times, she will rise an 8th time. She works hard every day to become the protagonist. No, a principle that will make any story shine. Similarly, we have Dansu Flame, who is, I think... So Dansu Flame, I think, is a bit more... What was it, Dansu Flame? No, yeah, it's Dansu Flame. So she's a bit more in the ordinary category of the Umas, where she's, like, kind of a bit more, like, oh, like... good-natured Uma often goes along the whims of others, not extremely confident in herself, works very hard and hope that she can run and race forever. Because she can be easily swayed, she's usually pushed around by her unique peers. Unique is a freaking understatement. I guess... So I guess in that sense, Wind Variation is a little bit more... I don't want to say stereotypical Uma, but you think of Uma, you think like, oh, like, you know, works hard to try and do all the races, you know, compete, all that stuff. Not saying that Dansu Flame doesn't do that. But, I don't know, Dansu Flame gives off a lot more, like, ordinary NPC girl energy to me, which I don't know, I kind of like, so I'll give that to her. Smart Falcon versus Katsuragi Ace. Smart Falcon. Fine Motion versus Katsuragi Ace. Katsuragi Ace. Fine Motion versus, oh god, Samson Big, here we come again. That's really bad wording. Here we go again. Fine motion, Samson, fine motion. Taiki Shuttle versus Samson Big. Taiki Shuttle. Chronogenesis versus Samson Big. Okay, so here's where we start to get to. I need to start thinking about this. Oh, Samson Big. Samson Big, why don't you show up in the game soon? Why won't you show up in the game soon? I don't understand why you've been hidden from us. I do like her hat, don't get me wrong. I'm always partial to characters with hats. I feel like that's been revealed as something, or maybe not revealed, but that's something I've learned as something that is a weak spot for me. Not a weak spot, but like oh, what's the word? Not a weak point, but something that really a soft spot for me is like hats and like those kinds of accessories. That's why I like Ines Fujin. That's why I like Tannhäuser. And that's not the sole reason, but like that definitely helps in reason why I like them so much, to a small degree. Having said that, Samson Big or Chrono? I guess Samson Big here. Chronogenesis or Mejiro Ryan. Mejiro Ryan by like a hair. And then Chronogenesis. Okay. Symbol Rudolph or Satono Crown? Symbol Rudolph. Satono Crown or Minecraft? Minecraft. Bubblegum. Okay. Daichi Ruby or Bubblegum Fell? Bubblegum Fell. Daichi Ruby or Royce and Royce. Okay, so now we're back to the. I don't really care for either of these characters. So we have character whose personality I don't really like that much. The Ojo-sama type, actually Ojo-sama type, versus like the elegant noble lady type I'm referring to, not the not that kind of Ojo-sama, but like the kind of the dignified noble one who doesn't show any emotion, versus I don't really still know what your personality is. You try to work hard and you have another. If anybody knows who Voice and Voice is trying to be, please let me know, because I don't understand what her whole shtick is trying to be. I guess in that sense, Voice and Voice. Okay. All right, Tosin Jordan. We are 40% of the way through. Jesus H. Okay, Jordan or Bukidor. I don't know. Bukidor is definitely one that I'm really anticipating. Bukidor, I haven't talked about her. She is also another one of the characters who's kind of the ordinary in the group of unordinary. In fact, has she won a single G1 race in her time? She was, I think IRL, she was unfortunately in the group of the best mares in Japanese racing history, and so she just happened to be in really, really good competition. So it's just kind of unlucky in that sense. That's why she's kind of regarded as like the ordinary one. This is a toughie. I'm keep going back to either one of these. I'm like, yeah. I don't really, can't really. It's like I think about current and then I'm like, wait, but no, but then Torsten Jordan has this, and I guess I could choose this, but no, but then current has this. So it's just like, it's kind of hard. And I guess I could, if I was a good streamer, I would be talking about, all the things I'm debating about, like, oh, Cotton is like kind of has a nice unique style to her, so I like that, but like also Tosin Jordan has a nice hardworking style to her, and she's like a hard worker, even though she shows off her lazy exterior, which is whatever. But then Cotton has, it's just like, I like her character design. I don't know. It's stupid reasons like that sometimes. And it's like, oh, but Tosin Jordan likes basketball because of her name, Michael Jordan. That's where the Jordan comes from. And I will say the names actually really do help sometimes. Not gonna lie, like a little bit of the reason why I like Tosin Jordan so much is because her name is Tosin Jordan. Like if it was like a kind of a real, like another random, like take for example, and I keep ragging on her and I feel really bad, but like Air Messiah, it's such a boring name. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I mean, for one thing, Air is already kind of like a crown name, but then like Messiah, it's like, okay, great. That's I don't know. It doesn't really stick with me that much. It might stick to some people, but like it doesn't really. It's just kind of like her whole character personality is just kind of boring in a sense. Wasn't Jordan Bukidor? Wasn't Jordan Bukidor? Jordan Bukidor. Bukidor. I think my reasoning is I keep going back to Bukidor every time. It's just like, but so it's just like, I might as well just go for the one that I always feel like I'm going first in the butt. Um, anyway, Jordan versus Chitose O. Okay, so this is kind of interesting because Chitose O, again, we don't know that much about her. This is really just going off of her character biography. So I guess I'll choose Jordan here, and not rank Chitose O too highly yet. Lest be disappointed a la a Cheval Grand. But yeah, Gold Ship versus Sakura Chitose O. I'll go Gold Ship here. Durandal versus Sakura Chitose O. Durandal. Okay, now this is I think where I choose. Okay. Narita Taishin versus King Halo. Taishin. Okotaru Mai versus King Halo. King Halo. Okotaru Mai versus Symbolic S. Okotaru Mai. Mejuo Dober versus Symbolic Dober. Ishiake Bono versus Symbolic S. Actually, undo this one real quick. Let me think about this a little bit more. Mejuo Dober versus Symbolic S. Can I reasonably say that yes, absolutely, Dober should be over Chris S? Yes, okay. Ishiake Bono versus Symbolic S. By the way, we've only achieved 1% since I last checked the progress, which makes me feel bad. Anyway, Ishiake Bono versus Symbolic S. Ishiake Bono, the Sweets Girl, Bono versus Symbolic S. I'll go Ishiake Bono here, and then I'll go Symbolic S here. Still in Love versus El Condor Pasa. Still in Love. Okay. Seiun Sky versus Transcend. Oh, this is a... Seiun Sky, actually. This is a toughie. Special Week versus Transcend. Special Week, stereotypical anime protagonist, happy-go-lucky, comes from a small town, new to the big city, that kind of vibes, versus Transcend, kind of the hacker vibe sort of thing, but actually tries to, like, I think her whole thing is like she's like very well versed in a lot of subcultures, and so she's very kind of trendy in that sense, but she also kind of very much gives off nerd vibes for sure. I guess I'll go Trends. Oh man, I don't know. Transcend, yeah. Gold City or Special Week? Special Week. Kopano Ricky versus Gold City. Ooh, I don't know. Gold City. Gold Kopano Ricky. Believe. Palmer. Flower. Sato no Diamond or Sakura Chiono. Chiono. Zeno Robroy or Sato no Diamond. Zeno Robroy. Tokaiteo or Sato no Diamond. Blast One Piece or Tokaiteo. Blast One Piece or Gentle Donna. Blast One Piece. Biko Pegasus or Gentle Donna. Biko Pegasus. Oguri Cap or Machikane Tannhäuser. We'll go Machi-tan. Oguri Cap or Karen-chan Oguri Cap. Aston Machan or... Oh, wow, we got two characters that are aiming to try and be cute. Well, one's trying to really be cute, one's just trying to be remembered. We'll go with this one. Ooh, we got the roommates over here. And they were roommates. We got Ayabe and Karen-chan. Karen tries to be the cuteness. Ayabe, first glance, seems to be kind of standoffish, doesn't really seem to care too much, but does have the kind of the moe side of, or like the gap moe of liking fluffy things. I'm gonna say Curran by like a knife's edge. And then hold on. Add my Ayabe or Daring Tact. Daring Tact. Ayabe or Tap Dance City. Some of the reasonings for these I don't have really good reasoning for, hence the reason why I'm just silently picking. Actually, I think I've majorly been silently picking, honestly. I'm not really doing a good job of explaining why I like this character over this character. It's kind of hard, really, though, sometimes to say. Just, like, I kind of generally prefer... If I had to say, like, I prefer, like, hey, like, you know, cheerful characters, but not too cheerful. I like characters that are kind of more underdogs. I like characters that... I like characters that are, yeah, cheerful, not too cheerful, underdogs. I like, what else? Kind of more quieter characters, but not too quiet. A little bit more shyer, not too shy. That's kind of where my headspace lies. So in this case, I kind of should probably go for Ayabe in this case. I don't know why I'm leaning a little towards Tap Dance City, but I'll go Ayabe. Okay, Kawakami Princess versus Tap Dance City. Tap Dance City. Kawakami Princess versus Buena Vista. Kawakami Princess. Stay Gold versus Yamanin Zephyr. Hold on. This one's a tough one I have to think about. Stay Gold is the deadbeat dad who likes to travel a lot. Yamanin Zephyr likes the wind. Yeah, Stay Gold. Wait, who did I pick last time? I picked Zephyr last time. Okay. Yeah, Stay Gold. Okay. Grass Wonder versus Yamanin Zephyr. Okay. Grass Wonder versus Duramente. Duramente. Grass Wonder. Top Gun. Daring Heart. Okay, back on the cycles. Tamamo Cross versus Narita Top Road. Tamamo Cross. Narita Top Road versus Wonder Cute. Narita Top Road versus Helios. Narita Top Road versus Cheval Grand. Now here's a comparison that's going to be kind of hard for me. Narita Top Road. Very, I wouldn't say protagonist energy, but is kind of in that same vein. Cheval Grand, not so much that. How does the game describe Narita Top Road? I'm actually kind of curious. Bright, breezy, bringing a sporting spirit, always fighting on, weather the adversity to repay the faith of all of her fans, first to recognize and applaud the strengths of others, well loved in return, exudes star quality, but for some reason, top step of the podium always seems to elude her. Versus Cheval Grand, who we talked about before. So, I'll go Top Road here. Oh my god, you're making me compare sisters. Wow. Okay. Virginia versus Cheval Grand. I'll go Virginia here. Wow. I meant Cheval Grand. Yeah, I did mean that actually. Cheval Grand here. Virginia versus Espoir City. Ooh, Espoir City or Virginia? I kind of like Espoir City a little bit. Well, yeah, I kind of like Espoir City a little bit more. Okay, Virginia or Aruvu? Aruvu or Virginia? Admire Groove. Virginia or Calstone Light O? Virginia. Shower or Calstone Light O? Shower? Calstone Light. The shy, reserved one who's negative energy versus straight lines. Straight lines. That's it. Nothing else. I'll go this one. And then I'll go this one. And then I'll go this one. Wait, hold on. Mommy versus average. Sure. Okay, now we're starting. Okay. Alright, back to the top. Vivlos versus Furioso. Vivlos versus Kita-san Black. That's a good question. Kita-san Black. Cheerful protagonist of the 3rd season of the anime. Vivlos. Greedy is not the right word. What's the word I'm thinking of? Bratty, the bratty younger sister, who wants to be a celeb. Vivlos. Kita. Kita-san Black. Vivlos or Meguro McQueen? Bivlos. Yuki no Bijin or Yuki Bijin. Air Shakur or Mejirobe Queen. Yeah, Mejirobe Queen. Air Shakur or Chaos Miracle. Air Shakur. Neo Universe or Chaos Miracle. Chaos Miracle. Neo Universe or Manhattan Cafe. Both kind of special Umas in the sense that they see things others can't see. Although, does Neo Universe really do that? Never mind. Neo Universe doesn't really have that. Vodka or Manhattan Cafe. Which drink do you want? Do you want a cafe latte or do you want a vodka? If that's an option, I would probably go cafe latte, despite the fact that I don't drink coffee, because drinking straight up vodka seems like a horrible idea. We are only 47%. Every time I look at that, I die inside because we're not even halfway done. Vodka, Manhattan Cafe. Vodka, Manhattan Cafe. I mean, vodka is obsessed with the idea. Cool. Manhattan Cafe is kind of the one who sees spirits but also likes coffees. Cafe. Vodka. Loves only you. Ishi Amazon. Marvelous Sunday, who's marvelous in many ways. Versus Air Groove. The Empress. The thing with Marvelous Sunday is, like, don't get me wrong, I love positive, I like positive energy characters, she's a bit too much for me. So we'll go Air Groove here, and then we'll go Marvelous Sunday here. Ooh, two characters I don't really like that much. Which one do I like better? Opera O or Pandora? Yes, Pandora. Okay. Starting from the top again. Okay, Sakura Laurel or Mihono Bourbon? Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Mihono Bourbon. The cyborg. Sakura Laurel, the one who never gives up. Go with Sakura Laurel. Oh, this is an even harder choice. Haru Urara or Mihono Bourbon. I thought that previous choice was hard. This is even harder. That's what she said. Man. The one who never gives up? This also fits this as well. Or the cyborg. Haru Urara. Ishi Miracle or Mihono Bourbon? Mihono Bourbon. Ishi Miracle or Gran Allegria? Gran Allegria. Ishi Miracle or Agnes Digital? Ishi Miracle. Fuji Kiseki or Agnes Digital? Oh boy, Agnes Digital. Fuji Kiseki or Mr. CB? Oh man. Fuji Kiseki maybe? Yeah. Oh, okay. Wait, hold on. I'm actually unsure about that one. Wait, let me think. Fuji Kiseki is the showboat tricks like that. Free Street. Mr. CB. Just think about that. Fuji Kiseki or Narita Brian? Fuji Kiseki. Sudumaru Tsuyoshi or Narita Brian? Sudumaru Tsuyoshi. Meisho Doto or Narita Brian? Narita Brian. Meisho Doto, Ino Doto. Daiwa Scarlet or Ikuna Dictus? Ikuno Dictus. Daiwa Scarlet or Silent Suzuka? Silent Suzuka. Scarlet. I'll choose the daughter. Windy or Tachyon? Tachyon. Okay. Nice Nature or Ines Fujin? I'm pretty sure these are going to be my 1 and 2. But yeah, Ines Fujin. Nice Nature or Dansu Flame? Nice Nature. Dansu Flame or Mejuro Bright? Dansu Flame. Wind Variation or Mejuro Bright? Ooh. I was about to go in Variation at first, but now the more I'm thinking about it, the more I kind of like Mejuro Bright a bit more. I'll go with her. That makes it easy. Okay. Fukukitaru or Smart Falcon? Fukukitaru. Smart Falcon or Yai no Muteki? Smart Falcon. Yaru no Muteki or Katsuragi Ace, Katsuragi Ace. Yaru no Muteki or Fine Motion. Hey, we crossed 50%. Okay, we are more than halfway done. Barely, but we're almost there. Not really. Oh my god, it's almost 3 hours. I thought this was gonna be a short stream. Not really, actually. I expected this to be a longer one. Yaru no Muteki or Fine Motion. Well. If it isn't you two. Okay. I don't know what that was. Ramen Queen, martial artist, Ramen Queen, martial artist, Ramen Queen, martial artist, Ramen Queen, martial artist. Ramen Queen by like the sliver of a hair. Okay, see that made it easy. Okay. Fenomeno versus Taiki Shuttle. Taiki Shuttle. Fenomeno versus Samson Big. Samson Big? Yeah, Samson Big. Fenomeno versus Mejiro Ryan. Fenomeno. Sakura Bakshino versus Mejiro Ryan. Bakshino. Cesario versus Mejiro Ryan. Oh my goodness. Mejiro Ryan. Cesario or Chronogenesis? Cesario. Mejiro Ardon or simply Rudolph? Ardon. Biwa Hayahide or simply Rudolph? Simply Rudolph. Biwa Hayahide or Rhinecraft? God, this one's tougher actually. I don't know why it is, but Hayahide, numbers, big head, bananas, Minecraft, main protagonist, Minecraft. Biwa Hayahide or Satono Biwa Hayahide. No Reason or Satono Crown. Well, I have no reason to choose either of these. That's such a bad pun. No Reason, Satono Crown. No Reason, Satono Crown. No Reason. Bubblegum Fellow. Nakayama Festa. Actually, Nakayama Festa? Nakayama Festa, yeah, and then Marzensky. Wait, oh, Canopus member time. Okay. Twin Turbo or Voice of Twin Turbo? Lucky Lilac or Voice and Voice. Why is Lucky Lilac so far down here? I don't, that's not a good sign. She should not be this low. We'll see how that ends up shaking out though. Serious, because I feel like she's better than Twin Turbo for me. I'm not sure why she's appearing after. That doesn't give me good signs. Serious Symboli or Voice and Voice? Serious Symboli. Winning Ticket or Voice and Voice? Winning Ticket or Daichi Ruby? Daichi Ruby. Okay, we're back. We're back to the back again. Kaden Bouquet d'Or or Seiyun Sky? My first thought was Seiyun Sky, but now that I'm thinking about it, it's a little bit closer in my head than I thought it was. Because yeah, Bouquet d'Or is kind of I like the little bit of the personality there, where it's like, oh yeah, it's a kind of the more gentle personality, has the flower motif to her. Yeah, her race outfit, by the way, is one of my favorite race outfits. I pulled that up real quick. Should be, oh wait, what am I doing? I think it's already here. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, her race outfit is freaking, I love it. Also, I do love how her one of her decorations is literally just a name tag, or like, yeah, a plate with her name on it, a name tag. It's like, yeah, if you don't know who I am, there you go, there's my name. I don't know why I find it so funny, but I do. And then yeah, the flowers underneath the skirt there, which that's really good. Yeah, I don't know. Bouquet d'Or or Seiyun Sky. I'm gonna give this is gonna be in my mind, this is kind of an upset pick, but I think I'm gonna go Bouquet d'Or. Okay. Tosen Jordan or Seiyun Sky? Seiyun Sky. Tosen Jordan or Transcend? Ooh, this is these are not, by the way, these are not gonna get any easier, but this is actually really tough. Um, the one hand, Jordan is. I'm sorry. I feel like I keep repeating these things. I think repeating their character personality things not really that helpful. But it's hard to compare. It's like comparing apples to oranges, honestly. Like, how can you really say? It's just personal preference at this point. At that point, and I've already said what I kind of prefer. So, really hard to say. But yeah, we want Gyaru or we want the tech nerd hacker person thing. Not person. Tech nerd hacker subculture Uma. Who also, by the way, wears fake glasses because she actually does not wear glasses in her racing outfit. Which I can also show that. And send. Yeah, look, see, she doesn't actually need glasses, it turns out. That's a fake glasses wearer. Okay. But, Tosin Jordan, just barely. Gold Ship or Transcend, Gold Ship. Durandal or Transcend, Transcend. Durandal or Special Week. Special Week. Durandal or Gold City. Gold City. Durandal or Kopano Riki. Durandal. Kopano Riki or Sakura Chitose O. I really hesitate ranking like somebody like this, like I'm not saying it like that. I'm just saying like somebody who hasn't really been in the game for that long, so we really don't know too much about them over kind of characters that I've already known that I've really liked for quite some time. It's really weird for me to do that, but in my mind, I'm just saying it's got to be Chitose. Haishin or Kopano Riki. Taishin. King Halo or Kopano Riki? Kopano Riki. King Halo or Believe? Believe. King Halo or Meijiro Palmer? Meijiro Palmer. King Halo or Nishino Flower? King Halo. Okotaru Mai or Nishino Flower? Good question. Okotaru Mai or Nishino Flower? Tarumai, maybe? Or Flower? Or Tarumai? Flower. The Mature Child? Or the Tomakomai Local Doll? Okay. Dobear versus Nishino Flower. Dobear. Flower. Chiono. Rob Roy. Hishiaki Bono. Simply Chris S or Satonda Simply Chris S. See, here's the other thing too, is like I do these these go on for so long, I feel like I change my mind on characters sometimes, so I'm like, oh wait, I actually like this character over this character. And then it makes me feel like I'm not actually, that's why I feel like I should really just be either I gotta stick to either like thinking about these, like doing these on Snap, or I gotta really think about each selection. I can't just, you know, mix between the two, which I feel like I'm doing. Because now I'm just like, at first I was like, Saturn Diamond's a pretty good character, but now I'm just like, she's an alright character. So now I'm just like, that's really gonna affect the ratings probably. But we'll see how badly that goes. We'll see how badly it ends up rating stuff. I will definitely say, the first time I did this, I think I did have some disagreements. I was like, oh wait, she should be lower, or she should be higher, that kind of thing. So we'll make some adjustments as once the finalist is done, which we're still only 54%. Good God. How many? It feels like we've made a lot more progress in that, but nope, only 54% apparently. Okay. Still in love for Tokai Teo. Tokai Teo. Still in love for Blast One Piece. Blast One Piece? Still in love. El Carno Pasta. Almond Eye. Bamboo Memory or Biko Pegasus? Bamboo Memory. Or favorite. Okay. These two haven't showed up in a while, actually, now that I think about it. Oh wow, this is a classic matchup between Gentle Dana and Orfevre. Orfe or Gentle? I had to choose between this. I guess I choose Gentle Dana. Seeking the Pearl or Orfe? Seeking the Pearl. Okay. Machikane Tannhäuser or Tamama Cross? Tannhäuser. Oh boy, look at this matchup. That's a classic. Oguri versus Tama. Oguri. Aston Machan or Tama. Machan. Kaden-chan or Tama. Ooh, this is not getting any easier. I mean, that's kind of the whole point, but Kaden-chan or Tama Cross. Chan or Tama Cross. Cute versus Osaka. Or sorry, Kansai. No. 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 Oh. What happens if I choose Curran? Okay, what happens if I choose Tomo? That doesn't really... That shouldn't affect my choice, but I'm just kind of curious. Tamamo Cross. Okay. Wanderer Cute or Curran-chan? Kaden-chan. Daring Tact or Wanderer Cute? Wanderer Cute. Daitak Helios or Daring Tact? Daitak Helios. Daring Top Road or Daring Tact? Duval Grand or Daring Tact? Daring Tact. Admire Vega or Duval Grand? Duval Grand. Espar City or Admire Vega? Admire Vega. Why is my computer acting up? I'm suddenly hearing my fans go off. Okay. Tap Dance City or Espar City? Okay, Battle of the Cities. I don't know, man. Which city do I like better? Espar or Tap Dance? Okay, I'm surprised he doesn't speak any English in this in the voice there, but anyway, although she doesn't really use it that often, but she does use it a good amount. Oh man, this one, I don't know why this one's so tough for me. Can't really choose between either of these. Espar City is a certain type of subculture Gyaru for sure. Tsundere to a very good degree, but still cares, you know, about her friends, about her trainer and all that. Tap Dance City. I'm also kind of a little bit biased on her character because her VA is one, a big horse racing fan, which actually then leads to being a big Umamusume fan, so that's why she even did voice acting in the first place, was to get an audition for this role. I think this is her first major like voice acting role. Asaka, if you don't know, like she's actually like I think more famous for being like a singer, more like an Annie song singer. She's done stuff for like Yuru Camp. She's done what else has she done? She's done a few other anime, but I think Yuru Camp's like probably the most well known out of the ones she's done. Like she did the openings for season 1 and season 2, and then she did the ending for season 3. But yeah, she's a big racing fan, and I actually recently found out, I think like a few months ago, she's actually, I don't know if she was born in the US, but she lived in the US for some time, so she's actually pretty fluent in English, which is actually kind of amazing. We always appreciate our not multicultural, but like our bilingual seiyus, you know, her, Sally Amaki. I'm sure there's tons of other examples. It doesn't have to be just English too. I know Sumire Uesaka very much. I mean, didn't she study Russian or something? I know there was a whole thing about her, like the Russian studies, and like heck, I mean, she voiced what's her face in Girls in Panzer. So, and she voiced Aria in that one seasonal waifu show. Fucking Aria doesn't speak to me in Russian, or what the fuck ever it's called. Anyway, that was a huge tangent. So all to say, that's why I'm a little bit leaning towards her. It's because of her VA, which is probably not the best reason. So I guess Tap Dance City. Buena Vista versus Espar. Kawakami Espar City. Kawakami Princess versus Admire Grove. Aruvu. Kawakami Princess. Admire Grove. Virginia by Shower. Calstone Light O. Actually, this one's kind of a harder one. Stay Gold versus Calstone Light O. Deadbeat Dad or Straight Lines? Why must you make this so hard? You know, this is a pretty good song for Halloween. Stay Gold versus Cowstone Light O. Stay Gold versus Cowstone Light O. Stay Gold, Cowstone, Stay Gold, Cowstone, Cowstone, Cowstone. Stego, Lighto, Stego, Lighto, Stego, Lighto, Stego, Lighto, Stego, Lighto, Stego, Lighto, Stego, Lighto. Stego. Yamanin Zephyr versus Cowstone Lighto. We got Wind, and we got Line. I'll go Wind here. Straight Line here. Go German to here. Super Creek or Grass Wonder? Super Creek. North Lights. Grass Wonder. Mayano Top Gun or Air Messiah? Mayano Top Gun. Daring Heart or Air Messiah? Daring Heart just barely. Okay, now it's easier. Tosho. Oh, Dream Journey or Meijiro Ramonu? Meijiro Ramonu. Okay. Furioso versus Sakura Laurel. Sakura Laurel. Furioso versus Haru Urara. Ururu. Furioso and Mihono Bourbon. I choose Furioso here. Yeah, okay. Kita-san Black versus Mihono Bourbon. Okay, this song actually sucks. Mihono Bourbon and Allegria. Hishi Miracle or Kita-san Black. Oh, actually, go back. Do I really? Yeah, Gran, definitely in this case. They're both pretty positive characters, and I think Gran kind of sticks out a little bit more. Hey, look, I actually gave a reason. Wow, amazing. First time I think the stream that I actually gave a reason. Kita-san Black or Hishi Miracle. I probably should be explaining myself a lot more. I'm sorry for that. Kita-san Black or Hishi Miracle. Kita-san Black or Hishi Miracle. I'm kind of leaning towards Miracle here for reasons that I don't have in my head. I just am. It's just vibes. To be honest, a lot of it is just vibes. Like, which one do I vibe with more? Rivalos or Agnes Digital? Agnes Digital. Mr. CB or Vivlos? Oh, these are two completely different characters to compare. This is hard. This is difficult. CB or Vivlos? I guess CB. Vivlos. Yukino. Queen. Fuji. Urumaru. Najita Brian. Airshow. Hey, roommates. Case Miracle versus Meisho Doto. Hold on, go back. Airshow Core versus Meisho Doto. Actually, I'm gonna choose Meisho Doto here. And then, yeah, Airshow Core. KS Miracle versus Equinodictus. KS Miracle. Neo Universe versus Equinodictus. Neo Universe versus Silent Suzuka. Neo Universe. Manhattan Cafe versus Silent Suzuka. Manhattan Cafe. Vodka versus Silent Suzuka. I don't know. How are we still not even at 60% yet? What is? Oh, this is gonna take years off my life and forever. That too. Vodka, Silent Suzuka. Vodka. Vodka or Silence Suzuka. Suzuki. Seiya Suzuki. Ichiro Suzuki. Suzuki-san. I'm going crazy. As you can tell, this is my slow descent into madness. Vodka. Okay, anyway, vodka. They both end. Oh, wait, they both end in ka. Wow, I just realized that. Wow, I really am going crazy. That's the first thing that came in my mind. Shoot. Vodka. Loves Only You or Silent Suzuka? Silent Suzuka. Loves Only You or Daiwa Scarlet? Loves Only You. Ishi Amazon or Daiwa Scarlet? And two classic characters. Hishi Amazon. Air Groove or Die with Scarlet. Oh, they kind of have a relationship with each other. Die with Scarlet. Air Groove. Tachyon. Sunday. Marvelous. Pandora. Windy or Opera O? Honestly, Opera O. Ines Fuji. Ines Fuji. Nice nature. Dansu Flame or... Ooh, back to the comparing of the two ordinary ones. Dansu Flame or Kanen Bukedor. This is literally just comparing an apple to an apple. Like, which... It's like, they're both pretty much the same, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, sure, there's like slight differences. I guess Bukedor's a little bit shyer. And Dansu Flame has better flames? I don't know. Take that for what you will. But I guess Dansu Flame. Meijuro Bright or Kanen Bukedor? Do I still go with the underdog here? Or do I go with the airheaded elegant lady? I'll go with that, and then okay, Bright or Seiun Sky. Sky or Bright? Bright. I'll go with Seiun Sky here. Okay. And then yeah, Tosin Jordan here. Meijuro Bright or Gold Ship? Gold Ship. Meijuro Bright or Transcend? Man, okay. Hacker Girl or Airheaded? Special Week or Meijuro Bright? Special Week. Damn, I'm just choosing everybody except Meijuro Bright at this point. How many has it been in a row since I've not chosen Meijuro Bright? I think it is like 6 in a row. Meijuro Bright or Gold City? Meijuro Bright now. Okay, Wind Variation or Gold City? Wind Variation. Well, Wind Variation. Machikane Fukukitaru or Gold City? Gold City. Machikane Fukukitaru or Durandal? Durandal. Machikane Fukukitaru. Fukukitaru. Smart Falcon or Durandal? Skip that. Why can't I skip this song? Hello? 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 It's forcing me to listen to this song. Oh no. There we go. Okay. Smart Falcon. Yeah, Smart Falcon Durandal. Okay, Umadal or Sword? Umadal or Knight? Umadal or Knight Retriever? Or Umadal, who also secretly pretty much is openly in love with the trainer, or Knight Dog? That works. What? That's weird. Okay. I choose Smart Falcon. What does that get me? If I could choose Durandal, what does that give me? Okay. Durandal or Smart Falcon? Okay, gun to my head. Which one do you choose? 3, 2, 1. Didn't give myself enough time. Okay. Smart Falcon or Durandal? Miranda's. Kevin Durant or LeBron Falcon? What am I saying? I don't even know. Like I said, this is my slow descent into madness. You're all witnessing it, and we're not even... Well, we're 63% of the way there. I think we should be able to finish this in the next hour, I hope. Not if I keep making decisions this slowly, though. Smart Falcon. Okay. Smart Falcon. Durandal. What was the choice I made before? Fukukitaru, right? Okay. Smart Falcon. Durandal. Smart Falcon. Durandal. Smart Falcon. Smart Falco. Falco. Durandal. Falco. Durandal. Falco. Kachidaki Ace or Durandal. Kachidaki Ace. Fine Motion or Durandal. Oh, these two are actually pretty close to each other. Like in the game, I mean, like they have a relationship. Like, oh yeah, she's the elegant, like she's the queen, and then it's like, oh, I will be the knight to your queen. That's their relationship, I guess. Anywho's, Fine Motion or Durandal. Fine Motion or Sakura Chitose O. Sakura Chitose O. Fine Motion or Narita Taishin. Kopano Riki, Believe, Palmer. See, why? I don't know. Sometimes it's just really that easy for me, apparently. Fine Motion or King Halo. King Halo. Fine Motion or Hoko Tarumae. Fine Motion or Hoko Tarumae? That is a great question. Queen, Fine Motion. Or Harumae, the idol, who tries to promote Tomakomai. I'm gonna go Tarumae. Dobear or Fine Motion? Dobear. Nishino Flower or Fine Motion? Flower. No, the other one. Yari no Muteki or Nishino Flower? Nishino Flower. Yari no Muteki or Sakura. Oh wow, same generation. Yari no Muteki or Sakura Chiono. Chiono. Zeno Robroy or Yari no Muteki? Yari no Muteki. Taiki Shuttle or Zeno Robroy? Oh my goodness. Okay, Taiki Shuttle or Zeno Robroy? Taiki Shuttle. Samson Big or Zeno Robroy? Shishi Akibono, Boy Chris S. Samson Big, I guess. Fenomeno or Satono Diamond? Fenomeno. Sakura Bakshino or Satono Diamond? Sakura, or that one. Okay. Tokai Teo or Sakura Bakshin? Metro Rhine or Tokai Teo? Metro Rhine. Chronogenesis. Cesario or Tokai Teo? Cesario Blast One Piece. Cesario. Ardon. Symboli Rudolph or Blast One Piece. Symboli Rudolph. Minecraft or Minecraft. Blast One Piece. Biwa Hayahide or Still in Love. We are 2/3 of the way there. Great. Good job, everybody. That's what happens when I start making quicker choices. Hayahide or Still? Still in Love? Should not be a actually, I don't know. Hayahide or Still in Love? Still in Love. Are you still in love? Or are you Biwa Hayahide? Find out for yourself today. Hayahide, Analytical Mind, Conscious over Big Head. Does the like banana thing actually show up frequent, like as a thing? Because I feel like that was a thing early in her story, but I don't think, because they do kind of include things that then kind of don't really become a big part of their character. Like Takion was supposed to be a huge sweets lover, like loves sweets, like eating sweet things, but that isn't really a thing that ever really gets mentioned to her by her character, other than the fact that she drinks tea with like million cubes of sugar, but they don't really mention it otherwise. And I know Hayahide is the thing, like she actually really loves bananas, but is that really, where do we even get that? I don't even remember where that comes from. I think that's yeah, it's this one. She can eat a banana in 5 seconds or whatever. But I guess Still in Love, yeah. El Condor Pasa or BYIE. Satono Crown or Satono Crown. No Reason or El Condor Pasa. El Condor Pasa. No Reason or Almond Eye. Almond Eye. No Reason or Bamboo Memory. Hey, they both have headbands. Okay. Let me see. Bamboo Memory or No Reason? No Reason? Bamboo Memory. Bamboo Memory. No Reason. Bubblegum Fellow or Biko Pegasus? This is kind of a match of the actually Biko Pegasus. Bubblegum Fellow. That's the one I meant to pick. Nakayama or Biko? Nakayama Festa. Maruzensky or Biko Pegasus? Maruzensky. Twin Turbo or Biko Pegasus? Twin Turbo. Lucky Lilac or Biko Pegasus? Why is Lucky Lilac so far down here? I don't understand. What did I do to make her so far down? This doesn't seem right to me. Because, yeah, Lucky Lilac's another one that's, yeah, obvious. Biko Pegasus. Serious Symboli or Gentle Donna? Serious Symboli. Voice and Voice or Gentle Donna? Gentle Donna. Seeking the Pearl or Voice and Voice? Voice and Voice. Daichi Ruby or Seeking the Pearl? Daichi Ruby. Seeking the Pearl. Winning ticket. Okay, we're back from the top. Back to the top, everybody. The decisions are only going to get harder from here. Machikane Tannhäuser or Sakura Laurel? Tannhäuser. Oguri Cap or Sakura Laurel? You know, here's what I probably might do. Let's do... Whoopsies, I didn't mean to do that. Let's do this. I'm gonna take a little bit of... My brain is actually hurting. Let's take a little bit of a break. Let's do some fun, silly games that are also in this site. And then we can, I guess, take a break from all that. Let's do some Shumat. Well, name Umamusume character by... Oh, that's gonna take a while. Ooh, this is a... Yeah, this one's pretty fun. This is guess the character based on a voice clip of them saying Psy Games. So I'm gonna pause the music for a little bit. We're gonna listen to them saying Psy Games, and I'm gonna try and figure out which character it is. Based on what I've done this in the past, I'm not good at this, so I wish it was them saying Umamusume Pretty Derby, because it's a lot more easier to get some intonations and some quirks of the voices from that longer line than them just saying Psy Games. So, I don't know, we'll see, but... First one we got here is 10 questions, and it's always randomized, so it's not like it's always the same every time you do this, which means it's always kind of fun to go back to this. Let's see what this is all about. First one. Oh, that's quiet. So hold on, let me raise the volume up for me. That's quiet on my end. I think that's not quiet for y'all. Oh god, who is? Who is it? This could be anybody. And here's what I'm thinking. Like in my mind, I'm trying to think of this same voice saying Umamusume, Pretty Derby, and then like how would that sound? How would that intonate? Who does this sound like? I don't know. This sounds like anybody, honestly. This isn't like a very unique voice. I don't know why, and I really do think this is wrong, but I think this is Almond Eye. It was Vergina. That makes more sense. Okay, well, see how hard this is? Okay, let's see. Okay, we got the next one here. Who is this gonna be? Oh, that's kind of unique. Hold on. It's a childish voice. I don't know why I thought Biko, but then when I listen to it again, I don't think it's Biko. Like the games, like that part, the aims, like that is definitely somebody that I should recognize. That's like that's what I'm kind of trying to hold on to, because that I think would be the key to figuring out who this is. Also, I apologize if I'm just gonna keep repeating this over and over, and this might get annoying really quick, but I'm trying to figure out who this is. I don't know. I'm the only thing I can think of is Biko, but this does not sound like Biko Pegasus. I don't think that's it. Who else has like this type of voice? It's not Urara, that's for sure. Um, not Urara. I'm legitimately trying to think who's like a short Uma that might have like this type of voice. I'm just, I don't think this is right, but I just want to move on, so let's... Oh shit, I was right, okay. Hey, let's go. My first guess was actually... I was like, this kind of sounds like Pico Pegasus, but it also doesn't, so I was like, I don't think this is right, but hey, I did it. Nice. Okay. Next voice. Oh no, what is this? This is also kind of unique. Okay, hold on. Oh, it's Gold Ship. It's Gold Ship. Who else would speak it like this? Yeah. I was like, this is a very weird way of saying it, and I'm like, oh, okay, it's Gold Ship. It's 100% Gold Ship. Okay. What's this one? Oh, it's a whispery voice. This could be Grass Wonder. I think this is Grass Wonder. Let's see. Oh, it's Ardon. Ah. That makes more sense. Yeah, okay. Grass Wonder was still probably a good guess, though. I mean, they both kind of had the whispery voice. Okay, what do we got this one? Oh, that's Duramente. That's Duramente. That is 100% Duramente. Yeah. That's easy. There's I mean there's quite a few Uma that have the deep voices, but like that one is just, I don't know, that there's no denying that one's pretty easy. Okay. Oh fuck. That sounds like 100 Umas that I know. It sounds a little bit like Zeno Rob Roy. Like it's a little bit has that like shy tone to it. I think it's Zeno Rob Roy. If not, it's probably a character that's pretty similar to her. It is. Hey, I'm actually pretty good at this. It turns out it's crazy. I thought I was not that good, but maybe I'm actually pretty good at this. Who knows? Okay, now this is kind of generic. It's a positive, peppy voice, which means we got the positive, peppy character. Huh. I have no idea. I don't even know where to start for this one. I don't think this is right, but I have no freaking clue. So I'm just gonna guess Grand Allegria. That was a totally random guess. How did I get that right? That was no. How? What? Yo, okay. It turned. Maybe I'm actually pretty good at this. Maybe I'm actually cracked at this game. What the hell? What? That was. No joke. That was legitimately like out of the park. I didn't even like. I was just like, oh fucking what? I don't know. Grand Allegria. Sure, I'll just go with that. And it's just like I did not think it was her. What the heck? Okay. Jeez. All right. What do we got next? Oh jeez. Another whispery voice. Is this Grass Wonder? I don't think this is a Grass Wonder though. That's the thing. No, it's a bit too lazy, laid back to be Grass Wonder. Ooh. Who has this type of voice? Is this Zephyr? This might be Yamanin Zephyr. Okay, hold on. Yamanin Zephyr. I typed Yamanin Zephyr. Okay, I'm counting that as a victory. I think I just typed it wrong. But I was right. All right, next one. Oh. Serious voice, deeper voice. Oh, it's Airship Corps. Bro, I'm actually kind of cracked at this. I thought I was terrible at this, but it's actually not. I'm actually pretty decent. 2 seconds, this is probably gonna be a slower one. What the frick? What? What was that? Oh, it's no reason. It's no reason. Reason. Yes. Okay, so I only got 2 wrong. Like, oh, I spelled Yamane Zephyr wrong. Yeah, so I count that. I got 8 out of 10. That's actually the best I've ever done at that. Wow. Nice. Okay, well, that was a nice break. Now my brain doesn't feel like it's fried, so it's a... Okay, now I'm... I just turn down my music on my end. Okay, back to the music, and back to sorting. With a clear mind, now I can kind of... We can push forward the final third of this, and let's hopefully finish this within the next hour and a half, because I do need to wake up early for... Yeah, I do need to cut this short at some point, because I actually really do need to get ready for work tomorrow. Gotta go to the office, wake up at 7 a.m, my favorite. Okay, Oguri Cap or Sakura Laurel? Oguri Cap. Aston Machan or Sakura Laurel? That one's a toughie. The one who doesn't want to be forgotten versus the one who never gives up. The one who wants to be a mascot versus the one who never gives up. By a nice edge, I'm gonna go Machan here. Tamamo Cross versus Sakura Lore. I'm gonna go Sakura Lore here. Tamamo Cross versus Haru Urara. The Urara or Tama. I'm gonna go Haru Urara here. Tamamo Cross versus Furioso. Tamamo Cross. Karin-chan versus Furioso. Furioso. Karin-chan versus Mihono Bourbon. Karin-chan. Wonder Acute versus Mihono Bourbon. Acute versus Bourbon. Grandma or Cyborg? Grandma, Cyborg. Grandma, Cyborg. Cyborg, Grandma. Cyborg, Grandma. Cyborg, Grandma. Decisions. Cyborg. Grandma, Mile. Grandma, Mile. By the way, this song's actually pretty good. What is this song? Reminds me, this is giving off electro swing vibes. Hold on, I need to save this song. This is actually pretty a bop. Let me just put this in my playlist real quick. Okay, there we go. No, we didn't mean to do that. Okay, there we go. Anyway, acute or sorry, grandma or mile. Grandma, 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 mile. Mile, grandma, mile. Grandma, mile. Grandma. Okay. Turns out playing the game didn't really save me from going into madness. Just kind of delayed the inevitable. Anyway, I don't know. Let's see. Make a decision now, you idiots. Wonder Acute or Grand Allegria. Like I said, these decisions are getting harder and harder. Wonder Acute or Hishi Miracle? Man, I do want to give this to Wonder Acute because I feel bad not selecting her all these times, but it's just like, this sounds also kind of a harder one. Hishi Miracle. Okay, Wonder Acute, there we go. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. Okay. Daring Tact or Kita-san Black? Kita-san Black. Daring Tact or Agnes Digital. Digital, Mr. CB or Daring Tact. Mr. CB. Vivlos or Daring Tact. Daring Tact. Oh god. Again with the sister comparison. Okay, Cheval Grand or Vivlos. You're really making me compare sisters, huh? Okay. Cheval Grand or Vivlos. Cheval Grand or Vivlos. Juvachi or Vivochi. Vivuchi. Cheval Grand. Okay. Admire Vega or Vivlos. Vivlos. Admire Vega, Yukino Beach, Yukino Beach. Admire Vega or Majima McQueen. McQueen or Ayabe. Ayabe. McQueen. Tap. Buena Vista. Espar. Fuji. Tsuyoshi. Ryan. Speed round. Nice. Prince Kawakami or Doto? Kawakami or Shakaru? Or Princess of Kawakami? Kawakami or Shakur? This one's a bit harder. Okay, it's time to think about this one. Let's see. On the one hand, we got the princess who is too powerful for her own good, comes from the countryside or common family or whatever. On the other hand, we have who looks like a delinquent but is actually just really into data and analysis and logical stuff. I'm gonna go with the princess. I'm gonna go with this. Virginia or Ershkor? Shakur. Yes, Miracle or Virginia? Right Shower or Miracle? Yes, Miracle. Stay Gold or Equinodictus? Equinodictus. Stay Gold or Neo Universe? Stay Gold. Yamanin Zephyr or Neo Universe? Yamanin Zephyr. Neo Universe. Okay. We got two with very similar hairstyles, by the way. I just noticed that. They have very similar hairstyles, kind of interestingly enough. Except the bangs are very much different. But like the style here at least is very similar. Shockingly similar. Anyway. Straight Line or Coffee Ghost? Coffee Ghost. I'll go Castle Knight here. And then I'll go Vodka here. Fermente. Suzuka. Mommy or Streamer? Mommy or Streamer? Mommy. Designer or Streamer? Let's decide. Amazon. Oh boy, Grass Wonder or Die with Scarlet? Battle of the, in my opinion, the mids. Not saying that's a bad thing. Die with Scarlet. Grass Wonder or Air Groove? Air Groove. Grass Wonder or Agnes Tachyon? Grass Wonder. Mayano Top Gun or Agnes Daring Heart or Agnes Tachyon? Daring Heart or Marvelous Sunday? Daring Heart. Air Messiah or Marvelous Sunday? Marvelous Sunday. Fusaichi Pandora or Emeritus Messiah? Sounds of Earth or Fusaichi Pandora? Sounds of Earth. Sweet Tosho or Fusaichi Pandora? Tame Opera O or Sweet Tosho? Tame Opera O. Sweet Tosho. Windy. Okay, we are 3/5 of the way there. Oh. We are 3/4 of the way there. And I think we're almost at the final stretch here. So Ines Fujin or Machikana Tannhäuser? Fujin. Ines Fujin. Nice Nature or Machikana Tannhäuser? So this is a battle between my current number 2 and current number 3, I think. So let's actually take a really close time to really think about whether I would choose Nice Nature in this current situation. The answer is yes. Nice Nature. Dansu Flame or Machikana Tannhäuser? I think this is going to be the battle for number 3. Whoever wins this ends up being number 3 on my list. So do I dethrone Tannhäuser to be number 3, or do I put in a new number 3 in Dansu Flame? I'm gonna be a little bit crazy because in my mind right now, they're both very similar characters, don't get me wrong. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, immediately after I said that, they're both very similar characters. Yeah, before I get into more Samantha kind of shenanigans. They both are very ordinary, but they, work very hard to try and get to, where they are. Tannhäuser, if you've read that, I don't remember which story it was. I think it was the second event story with Kita-san Black and Sato no Diamond. And then Tannhäuser's also there for a little bit. Which, even her appearance didn't freaking stop people from calling her Mambo, so I don't know what will at this point. But yeah, she shows up and she, it's just like, it's shown that she, even though she considers herself to be like, oh, I'm only average, oh, I don't do much, but she has a lot of kind of unique skills. She's, a lot of kind of talents to herself that, it's just like make her stand out in a way, even though she is kind of she sees herself as the ordinary one. Dr. Flame, I feel like, is a little bit less fleshed out because in that way. Granted, again, she isn't implemented in the game just yet, so it's kind of hard to really be like, oh, have that sort of kind of depth to her with the limited amount of appearances that she's gotten. But yeah, I think I'll go Tannhäuser in this case. Okay, so now we got Dantsu Flame versus Oguri Cap. Okay, this one is also a little bit difficult because this is now comparing characters that are kind of very different. So at this point, it's more, which one do I like better? And in this case, I think I'm going to go with Oguri. Okay, Dantsu Flame versus Aston Machan. This is kind of where I think I'm going to choose Dantsu Flame. Alright. Karen Bouquet d'Or or Aston Machan? I'm going to go Machan here. Sakura Laurel or Karen Bouquet d'Or? Karen Bouquet d'Or, who is the ordinary one, many of the ordinaries, or Sakura Laurel, the one who never gives up and overcomes all odds. I'm gonna go with Sakura Laurel for now. Haru Urara or Karen Bouquet d'Or? Urara. Amama Cross or Karen Bouquet d'Or? See, these two are pretty much, in my mind, polar opposites in terms of personalities. You got loud, brash, Kansai dialect over here versus you have like quieter, less confident, well, maybe not less confident, but like more quieter, ordinary kind of, I want to say she uses formal speech, but I could be wrong about that. So in my mind, these are completely kind of opposite characters. So now it's hard to say like which one I like over the other, because I both like them for completely different reasons. The other thing too is like with Karen Bouquet d'Or is like, again, she is newer. She hasn't been implemented yet. She has a few support cards in the game, but I don't have any of them, so I haven't really read through any of her story events there. And she's appeared in a few stories here and there for some other characters, but she has, I still don't have the full picture of her yet, so it's really hard to compare her against somebody who kind of is been a little bit more fleshed out. So I guess I'm gonna choose the one who's a little bit more fleshed out. Karen or Furioso? Karen. Furioso or Seiyun Sky? Seiyun Sky. So here's something I don't think I've mentioned so far today. Playing through Seiyun Sky's scenario, I actually it's kind of actually dropped her down a little bit in my rankings. Like, don't get me wrong, I still like her as a character. She's still probably up there in my favorite Umas, but I don't know. She just gave off the vibe of, oh, I'm lazy, oh, I'm not going to do anything, which, I mean, that's kind of a little bit of the point. I mean, then it's the whole thing of, oh, she actually is trying, she just does it in her own way sort of thing. But I don't know, I wasn't really the biggest fan of that. So that's why I'm kind of leaning towards Furioso here right now, which kind of would be shocking if you asked me about this like a few months ago. Or like before Furioso got implemented, because I didn't really care for her too much, but She has definitely shot up my rankings a lot for sure. This song sucks. We'll skip that. Okay. I already don't like. Okay, JJD is pretty good. Yeah, so we'll go Furiosa here. Seiyun Sky or Kaden-chan? Seiyun Sky or Kaden-chan? That is a great question. That is a great battle. We got cute over here versus kind of a bit more laid back, aloof. I'll go with Saiyans guy here. Okay. Oh, we got two trendsetters here. Chosen Jordan and Kaden-chan. We got the Gyaru, and we got the Kawaii. Man. I think I want to I'm leaning kind of towards Tosin Jordan here. Yeah, Tosin Jordan. Gold Ship or Kaden-chan? Good question. Gold Ship or Kaden-chan? Gold Ship or Kaden-chan? Gold Ship or Kaden-chan? Goldushi or Kaden? Gold Ship. Kaden or Transcend? Kaden or Special Week? Kaden. Mihono Bourbon or Special Week? Kind of leaning towards Mihono Bourbon, but let me think about Special Week for a little bit. I mean, we know her pretty well. She was freaking the main character in the first season of the anime. She is kind of de facto the main mascot of the... Well, in many ways, she is the main mascot of Umamusume. She's been in the logo. They haven't even changed... That's the funny thing with the game, is they haven't changed the logo. I mean, they've made occasional changes here and there, but for the most part, it's been the exact same, like that image of Spechan for the last 4.5+ years. It has been that exact same logo, which is funny because now I have both the English and the Japanese versions of the game, and they're right next to each other, and they use the exact same logo, which is funny because it's like, I feel like most of the mobile games I played usually just they switch their logos at some point to be like an updated version of a character or like a different character or whatever, but it's just like this one, they just kept Special Week. Granted, a lot of people consider Gold Ship to be the mascot of Umamusume because I feel like she's more well known by general audiences than Special Week. Having said that, Special Week I think is still kind of pretty much the mascot of the main character of Umamusume in a sense. But that shouldn't affect my ratings on her. I'm just saying that as like as a thing. So I don't know. I'm just stalling at this point. Special Week or Bourbon? Okay, let's get this. It is already almost 4 hours, and we are 76%, which seems like a lot, but like I said, these last few choices are going to be really slow, like some really ticky-tacky comparisons that I'm just gonna have to make, and just like, oh, I guess this one's about this one. And here's one example. Special Week. Mejiro Bright or Mihono Bourbon? Mihono Bourbon. Mejiro Bright or Grand Allegria? Or Gran. Mejiro Bright or Hishi Miracle? Mejiro Bright. Wind Variation or Hishi Miracle? Wind Variation or Hishi Miracle? I'm kind of leaning towards Wind Variation, but also I'm kind of leaning towards Mishi Miracle. Wonder Acute or Wind Variation? Wonder Acute. Daitaku Helios, Wind Variation. Oh, we got the Gathers over here. Gold City or Daitaku Helios? Like I said before, sometime before in this stream, I definitely warmed up to Gold City ever since because I'm playing through her scenario a lot. So I'm kind of leaning towards Gold City here. Fukukitaru or Daitaku Helios? Helios. Narita Top Road or Fukukitaru? Top Road. Itasan Black or Machikane Fukukitaru? I'm Fuku Kitaru, Kita-san Black, Machikane Fuku Kitaru. I lean towards Fuku Kitaru in this case, and then yeah, Kita-san Black. Okay. Smart Falcon, digital. Smart Falcon or Mr. CB? Smart Falcon. Oh my god, this is hilarious. Only because these two actually faced off a lot in real life. I think Mr. CB faced off against Katsuragi Ace. I think they were the same generation, so obviously, I mean, CB got the Triple Crown, so Katsuragi Ace was kind of the shafted of the two, but she still was successful in her own right. And in this case, I think I want to lean towards Katsuragi Ace. Durandal or Mr. CB? I'm gonna go Durandal here. Sakura Chitose-o or Mr. CB? Chitose-o, Mr. CB. Okay. Narita Taishin or Daring Tact? Taishin or Tact? I'm gonna go Taishin here. Opanoriki or Daring Tact? Opanoriki. Believe or Daring Tact? Believe. Metro Palmer or Blanche Palmer? King Halo or Daring Tact? Daring Tact. King Halo or Shuval Grand? King Halo. Hoko Tarumae or Shuval Grand? Shuval Grand. Vivlos or Hoko Tarumae? Vivlos. Yukino Bijin. Hoko Tarumae or Admire Vega? Tarumae. Mejiro Dober or Dober. Fine Motion, Vega. Ayabe. Okay, Fine Motion or Mejiro McQueen. Still only at 77%. Oh man. Okay. Fine Motion, Mejiro McQueen. Fine Motion, Mejiro McQueen. Fine Motion, Mejiro McQueen. Motion, McQueen. Motion. I guess technically Fine, right? Everybody calls her Fine, not Motion. Fine, McQueen. Fine, McQueen. Fine, McQueen. They're both kind of similar, kind of elegant lady characters. This one's well, they're both kind of in that vein. This one likes ramen. This one likes sweets. But can't eat them. Also likes baseball. McQueen. Tap Dance City or Fine Motion. My butt's starting to hurt. Fine Motion or Tap Dance City. Fine Motion or Tap Dance City. Bin Motion or Tipton City. Questions we all ask ourselves. Fine Motion. Yeah. Nishino Flower or Tap Dance City? Nishino Flower or Nishino Flower. Sakura Chiono. Sakura Chiono. Buena Vista. Buena Vista. Espoir City or Yaino. Yeah. Taiki Shuttle or Espoir City. Taiki Shuttle. Zeno Robroy or Espoir City. Espoir City. Probably. Well, let me think. We got two completely opposite characters. Rob Roy or Espoir City. I'm gonna still lean towards Espoir City. So, oh, what the okay, that was a horrible amalgamation in my ears. I was about to say, I'm starting to realize that I should have done this earlier, but like a good way for me to choose if I can't choose is like if I got a key. What is with all these wannabe rap songs? If I were to, if I get like, if I have like say a blind box of like keychains with like Umas, and like I happen to be between these two, which one would I want more? Which one would I be more happier with, basically? And in this case, I think it would be Esbar City. And in this case, I think it would be Fuji Kiseki. And in this case, it would be Tsuyoshi. And in this case, I think it would be Zeno Rockroy. See, it's making my decision a lot easier now for me to be like, okay, if I were in a situation where if I were like to get a blind box, like a keychain or something of a character, and then like which one of these would I want? Like say these two were like part of like a different set of options. Which one would I want more? Basically speaking. I think that's a really good way of being like, yeah, this is a character I prefer over this character. I'm gonna keep right-clicking. Okay. Rob Roy or Brian? Rob Roy or Narita Brian? Rob Roy or Narita Brian? Yeah, Brian here. Rob Roy or Doto Rob Roy? Hike Akebono or Meisho Doto? Can we please get a good song? This could be hit or miss. I guess we'll find out. Ishi Akebono or Meisho Doto? Okay. Ishi Akebono or Meisho Doto? Kind of also two completely different personalities. Very cheerful, very positive, very negative, very self-conscious. And now the keychain strategy isn't working because I'm like, I honestly don't care either way. I guess Meisho Doto. And then I guess, yeah, okay. Wait, Chris S. Samson Big. Fenomeno or Kawakami Princess? Fenomeno or Kawakami Princess? Fenomeno, Kawakami Princess. Kawakami Princess. Fenomeno. Diamond. Sakura Bakshino or Admire Groove? Bakshino, Admire Groove. Measure Orion, Chronogenesis. Teo or Air Shakur? Tokai Teo or Air Shakur? I lean towards Shakur here. Virginia or Tokai Teo? Tokai Teo. Cesario or Virginia? Cesario or Rice Shower? Rice Shower. Cesario or KS Miracle? Cesario. Really? Nah, KS Miracle in this case. And then Cesario. Metro Ardon. Simply Rudolph or Econodictus? Simply Rudolph. Ryan Craft or Econodictus? Ryan Craft. Econodictus. Ryan Craft. Okay, Blast One Piece or Stay Gold? Blast One Piece. Still in Love or Stay Gold? Still in Love. Iwa Hayahide or Stay Gold? Iwa Hayahide. Satono Crown. El Condor Pasa or Stay Gold? Stay Gold. Yamanin Zephyr. We're still only 80% of the way through. El Condor Pasa or Neo Universe? El Condor Peso or Neo Universe? L. Almond Eye. Bamboo Memory or Neo Universe? Bamboo Memory. No Reason or Neo Universe? Neo Universe. Manhattan Cafe or No Reason? Manhattan Cafe. Cowstone Light O or No Reason? Cowstone Light O. Vodka or No Reason? Vodka. Duramente or No Reason? No Reason. Bubblegum Fellow or Duramente Bubblegum Fellow? Nakayama Festa or Duramente? They're going quicker now, and it's still 80%. What is my life? Nakayama Festa or Silent Suzuka? Probably... Suzuka, and then Nakayama Festa. Maruzensky or Super Creek. It's just like in that one coma. Oh, I actually didn't mean to quite that. Super Creek or Maruzensky. I guess Maruzensky. Twin Turbo or Super Creek? Twin Turbo. Actually, what if I do? Okay. I don't know why I was like, oh, what if I do this? What if I do this? Twin Turbo versus Super Creek. Guess Twin Turbo. Lucky Lilac or Super Lucky Lilac? Biko Pegasus or Super Creek? Northlight. Love's Only You or Biko Love's Only You? Hishi Amazon, Hishi Amazon. Daiwa Scarlet or Biko Pegasus? Daiwa Scarlet. Biko Pegasus. Serious Symboli or Air Groove? Let's see. Serious Symboli, Air Groove. Serious Symboli, Air Groove. Serious Symboli, Air Groove. Probably Air Groove. Serious Symboli, Grass Wonder. My own Top Gun. Serious Symboli or Agnes Tachyon? Symboli. Gentle Donna or Agnes Tachyon? Gentle Donna or Daring Heart? Daring Heart. Gentle Donna or Marvel Sunday? Gentle Donna or Air Messiah? Air Messiah. Gentle Donna or Sounds of Earth? I'm still not really leaning towards Sounds of Earth. Gentle Donna or Fusaichi Pandora? Fusaichi Pandora. Tam up, bro. Gentle Donna. Voice and Voice or Sweep Tosho? Voice and Voice. Taishi Ruby. Seeking the Pro or Sweep Tosho? Oh man. I don't know. Let's see. These are both characters I don't really like that much. Got the Yada personality versus the Miss Worldwide. We'll go Yada, and then we'll go Winning Ticket or Shinko Windy. Winning Ticket. Orfevre or Shinko Windy. Orfevre or Metro Ramoner. Oh, the sisters. Okay, Orphe or Dream Journey. I really don't like either. I guess Orphe. Oh, are we done? Estimated progress is 100%. Oh, we're not done. Okay, this is gonna be the this is the final sword, I guess. Ines Fujin. Nice Nature versus Jungle Pocket. Nice Nature. Machikana Tannhäuser versus Jungle Pocket. Machikana Tannhäuser. Oguri Cap versus Jungle Pocket. Oguri Cap. Gatsu Flame versus Jungle Pocket. Gatsu Flame. Asto Machan versus Jungle Pocket. Asto Machan. Sakura Laurel versus Jungle Pocket. Sakura Laurel. Haru Urara. Tamamo Cross. Cotton Bouquet Door versus Jungle Pockets. This is pretty much just trying to figure out where you put Jungle Pocket in, huh? Pretty much, it looks like. Also, it is not 100%. I think this is going to be the final run through though, so we're on the home stretch. Bouquet Door versus Jungle Pocket. This is where it's starting to get a little bit harder. Bouquet Door. Furioso versus Jungle Pocket. Furioso. Saiyan Sky versus Saiyan Sky. Tosin Jordan. Gold Chip. Transcend versus Jungle Pocket. Transcend. Kaden-chan versus Jungle Pocket. Kaden-chan versus Jungle Pockets. Versus Jungle Buckets. Yeah, we got the Cute versus the Furious. The Cute and the Furious. I'm kind of leaning towards Jungle Pocket here, honestly. Yeah, Jungle Pocket. Oh boy, Kaden-chan versus Tanino Gimlet. Yeah, wait, hold on. Gimlet hasn't been showing up until now. It's just interesting. I guess they have like two separate lists, and then they like combine them to be like one master list. Now we're starting to get into this one list here. Kaden-chan versus Tanino Gimlet. I'm gonna go with Gimlet here. Kaden-chan versus Asian Kaden-chan. Special Week versus Asian Special Week. Mihono Bourbon versus Asian Mihono Bourbon. Grand. I'm already starting to think that these rankings aren't going to be that good, and I might have to do some revisions. Which we might have to do, but I kind of do need to edit stream pretty quick. So we'll see. If we're done with this, maybe I'll import it into a list and then kind of rearrange everything a little bit. Mijiro Bright versus Mijiro Bright. Ishi Miracle versus Ishi Miracle. Wonder Q. Win variation. Gold City. Helios. Naritaru. Machikane Fuku Kitaru versus Kita-san Black versus Aishin Flash. Kita-san Black. Agnes Digital versus Aishin Flash. Digital. Oh, roommates, here we go again. Smart Falcon versus Aishin Flash. I think in this case I'll go Aishin Flash. Smart Falcon versus Inari Smart Falcon. Katsuragi Ace versus Katsuragi Ace. Durando. Chitose. Mr. CB versus Inari Mr. CB. Narita Taishin. Ricky, Believe, Homer. Daring Tact versus Inari 1. Okay, this should be fine. Daring Tact or Inari 1. Inari 1. Or, sorry, Daring Tact. King Halo or Inari 1. King Halo. Cheval Grand or Cheval Grand. Vivlos or Inari 1. Vivlos. Yukino Bijin versus Inari 1. Yukino Bijin. Okay, this is where I put Inari. Oh, we're done. Oh, wow, that was quick. Okay. Shino. Get results. Alright, let's see. Let's moment of truth. Drum roll. Ooh. Okay. Ines Fuji, number 1, as we all expected. Nice Nature, number 2, as we all expected. Machikane Tannhäuser, number 3, as we all expected. Okay. Oguri Cap. Dansu Flame in the top 5. I'm not actually surprised by that. Aston Machan. Sakura Laurel. Haru Urara. Tamamo Cross. Karin Bukador. Furioso. Seiyun Sky. Tosen Jordan. Gold Chip. Transcend. Jungle Pocket. Tani no Gimlet. Karin-chan. Oh boy. Okay. And then, yeah, all these other characters. Who's the last place? That's kind of what I'm wondering right now. Dream Journey and Orphan. Oof. Yeah. I mean, okay. I can definitely sit back, look through all this, nitpick, maybe, you know, like, be like, oh, this should be above this one, or oh, this should be, like, higher or something. Like, I feel like Belief should be a little bit higher. I don't know how she ended up number 40. Where's Lucky Lilac? Didn't she end up, like, really far down for... She should not be this far down. 105 is not correct. She should definitely be above some of these characters. Like, definitely above Marzensky and Twin Turbo. So I don't know how that happened. But... all in all, I would say top 5? Definitely, top 3, definitely. I think this, and this, 100% for sure. Top 10... I don't know. I could probably, if I really wanted to nitpick, I could probably do it. And again, that's the whole consequence of me being like, well, maybe I should have taken it a bit more seriously, really thought about it. Some of them were just like, oh, I'll just choose this. And then sometimes I was like really thinking, so it was kind of inconsistent with how I was choosing characters. So maybe I might go back through this again and do a final list. But this is a pretty good idea, at least, of like kind of where I see characters. I think, yeah, within the top 8 or so, I think is like pretty good. I would say, yeah, top 8 is pretty accurate. I only say that because I think Tamamo Cross might be a little too high, to be quite honest, and Bukador, I don't know if she should be this high also. I feel like there's a few other characters down here that should be a little bit higher, like in the top 10, or like even like placing here. But I think at least this is fine. So that was a whole adventure in madness. It only took us 4 hours, which wasn't too bad. So, you know, we'll take that for what it's worth. And yeah, I think we'll end it there, because I do need to go to work early tomorrow, and I need to start heading out to Bread and Fred. I need to start heading to Bread right now, so get ready for that. Another fun day, another fun week of work. But yeah, thank you all so much for tuning in. Future announcements. I don't think I really have too much in the works for next week. We'll see if there's any weekday streams to be coming. If not, here's the thing, right? I don't even know if I'm gonna be streaming on the weekend because baseball. Um, Speaking of which, I still haven't bought. I need to buy my tickets. I feel like they've probably gotten more expensive since I looked yesterday. I haven't checked, but I will try my best, or maybe not try my best isn't the right way to say it, but like I will be very much striving to try and get some tickets to at least one of the games. I don't know if I'll be attending multiple games. I'll try. I'm gonna try. Saw a random moth fly by my computer. That's really awesome. I don't know what the heck that was, so cool. I'll have to figure that out later. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, so gonna be attending one of those games, which is gonna be a bit iffy because I know there's games on Friday and Saturday, and I don't think they've announced the times yet for those games. So I don't know whether that's gonna be like during the day. I hope not, and that's kind of why I'm leaning towards getting a ticket on Saturday, because if it's gonna be during the day, I can't do that because I kind of have work. So we'll see. But even, no matter what, that probably means Friday probably is the most likely day, but it's not 100%. I mean, it's never 100% certain, but it's not really certain. Let's put it that way. So, next week is going to be a whole big question mark. As always, tune in to drop that follow, both here on the Twitch and also on the Twitter Blue Skies, to see whenever I stream stuff, or whenever I do start streaming, because I'll always be posting there. But yeah, hopefully we'll see if it's whether it's Friday, whether it's Saturday, whether it's going to be even Sunday, or whether it's going to be a weekday. Whenever I see y'all, hope to see y'all again soon. This has been Shino the Penguin. Not like I'm going to change my name. I don't know why I said it like that. But this has been Shino the Penguin. Thank you all so much for watching, as always. Hope you all have a good rest of your weekend, however little there is left of it. And hope you have a good rest of your week. Until then, see you all in the future stream, whenever that is. But yeah, we'll see what the cards play. Until then, thanks all, and yeah, see you all later. Bye.